くれ Great homies どんな時も side by side 止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it go Returnable Returnable to precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end で今 make it go We're to the ball, we're to the ball To precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end
ladies and gentlemen, welcome you back to the 2025 Garena Regional Qualifiers. And this me down here, Cali. I'm here with Uncle Neptune. And yeah, we're going to be bringing you guys 3 matches here today down at the lower bracket. So it's not going to be a happy day for some of these teams because only one will remain alive at the lower bracket today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is Elimination Day as well as a global bracket run. And, well, we are. It's unfortunate, though, that we're going to see a couple of teams who will be taken out already or make that 3 after this day. And it's well, what we live for. What the teams has been eyeing out to win all those battles, especially as they have a good chance to step in not only in grand finals, but as well into the World Championship.
And yesterday, we saw how much presence that Team Star Magic could do when they faced Stalwart Esports on the upper bracket quarterfinals. They took 2 maps on the best of 5 series image, eventually just 1 map away from taking it home and dropping Stalwart Esports down to the lower bracket. So they look to be the dark horse of this tournament, was Neptune.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, let's see though. In Dark Horses, at some point, it brings a shadow, but you know, shadow would be defeated by the light. So whoever has a brightest light in this battle, whoever has the brightest hope in this fight, would be the team who might have a glimpse of hope in winning this matches as well. So I'm looking forward to how they are going to go against each other because from the past, if we look at the stats right here from the group stages, especially for 3 evil dragons against Scary, it doesn't look well for the Dragons, and the same goes for Ace Esports and those going against a Team Start Magic. So it's pretty much the same script that we've had from the group stages. Hopefully they will get away. They will flip the script right now because this is what we're looking for. Even for those who are already in the upper bracket, they're still following the script based on the result of the group stage. So we want a little bit of challenge, a little bit of something that would break that script, would flip that script, and give chance to the underdogs.
And speaking of flipping the script, right? 3 Evil Dragons have actually met Scary during the group stage, as you said, and they really had it rough. So we'll look to try to see if they'll be able to overcome the odds and try to take one away from Scary, just eliminate them. That will be a very big story to look up. But it's out to what you mentioned over this for the World Championship. All of people about 2025. We're going to be having it on November 29th. Going back to the 2022 World Championship format, which is going to bring back 64 groups stage group. They got a double elimination playoff, and on that day 3, the double elimination finals that we're going to be looking at, and which is so amazing because we're so back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are back, and this road leads to the World Championship, the Call of Duty Mobile 2025 World Championship that will be done in Katowice, Poland. So for those of you wondering when it will be happening, it will be happening there on the 7th to the 9th of November. But we are looking at brackets right now and looking forward to how it's going to change once again. And we did mention that we're going to start off a lower bracket run between 3 Evil Dragons as well as Scary. And on the next match would be Ace Esports going against Team Star Magic. The winner will be crossing over 1 level, and that will be the last game for today.
It's just 3 matches. That 3 matches that will determine whether you're going to stay alive in this World Championship run for your team at the lower bracket. And we've seen many lower bracket runs back in the days of Neptune, and we were talking about Smart Omega back in 2022, where they won 5. They have won 3 best of 5 series to be able to become the world representative for Garena, and that's where the iconic moment where they stay alive, Smart Omega was built. Like that legacy is just insane. So let's see if we can get that opportunity coming up for a team, maybe like AC Sports, Team Star Magic, or any of the 4 teams that are down there in the lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, me hearing that line most of the time, especially if Jericho's saying it, Jericho loves that line. I mean, they stay alive. And it's so momentous, though. So momentous that those running in lower bracket managed to grab a championship. So there's the hopes that we are looking for the teams like 3 Evil Dragons right now. Right now, we are going to see the roster of the team Zaiwo, Kyo, Wolf, Mavier, Lai, as well as SXXX, and I would want to see a little bit more fight in them. I mean, put another head for that 3 Evil Dragons to make them even stronger.
I mean, 4 Evil Dragons, that might be the answer to defeating Scary here. I think they might be scared, but The best part about this Three Evil Dragon squad was their capability of playing the search and destroy battle
Mhm.
up against Team Star Magic. They were able to force an overtime, and the snipers were really doing their thing. So
Yep.
Wolf, he's better when he's gonna be better coming up. She's better showing up here because that
Mhm.
SND is gonna be your key to trying to win this best of 5 series up against a team like Scary, who we know for sure are a capable team when it comes to destroying opponents with their respawns. Their hardpoint definitely may be inferior to what we got comparing it to Elevate and Stalwart Esports, but this is still an MSP team, and
Yeah.
they have done a lot of repetitions up against those top teams that we mentioned, and the respawns are definitely going to be their main weapon to survive this day.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, we've seen also the Sebio show that happened in Search and Destroy Group, the group stages. So they might be bringing that back. But looking at the roster, Kramzu, Chroma, Sebio, Mids, Tokyo, and Mamra. I don't think we've seen enough of Mids in this game. It's more of the remaining 5 players that we just mentioned. So let's see though if there's something that they're going to bring out. All the roster, probably in rotation, in between modes. But again, we are looking forward to what this team has to offer. Once again, this is a round 2 of their battle between 3 Evil Dragons as well as Carry. And still, regardless of what is the result, props to 3 Evil Dragons crossing over the playoffs. It has been a while. It has been, or it hasn't happened even from the past. But
Yeah.
right now, they are here to fight. And well, hopefully they fight quite well going through all the maps. And speaking of the maps, we have Slums, Firing Range, Crossfire, Summit, and Korhana. This is a best of 5 series. And well, let's see though if this will be a 3-0 or probably make it stretch towards the 5th.
I probably would want to see a map number 4 at least for 3 Evil Dragons because I love that crossfire control that they're able to bring up. Although they may not
Yeah.
be adept at trying to play hardpoint, they are still capable of trying to play through their sniper in this long-range map like crossfire map number 3. But looking forward to that Slums hardpoint that they are likely trying to drag Scary on because
Mhm.
it can be punishing if you don't got that early rotation on P2 and P3s. So those full 60s hill are definitely going to be what you want if you're 3 Evil Dragons. And I think what was missing from yesterday's fight up against TSM was definitely the gunfights. I mean,
Mhm.
every time
Yeah.
that they were trying to make that push in that hardpoint summit up against TSM, it's always them getting lit up and eventually leading to score streaks and operators built up easy for TSM, and that allowed the snowball to happen. So they can't allow that from happening. If you're missing out on P1, you gotta have that early rotation onto P2 or even think a bigger picture on to P3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, regardless though of speaking of the team, especially at this level of competition, regardless of who's going in for the early rotation on whatever P2, P3, or whatever point in hard point that we have, it's more of the retake that's being done most of the team that is giving them more of that advantage. So if you can't defend that retake, if you can take like defend the anchor and staying in point, then that's where they're losing out. So if you're just catching up or trying to catch up with the teams who's having stronger fights, then that will be more difficult for the team to recover. So that's what we want to see as well. Great gunfight, great recovery in terms of hill time, as well as if in case they fail for a 1, they wouldn't have, like, they will need an ace in their pocket right now, especially in a full 60 in one of all the hill points or the hill that we have in this hard point. Slums is one of those that might flip the script in some of the teams, but I know I'm giving us so much hope. But hopefully as well, the 3 Evil Dragons are hearing me or has planned this already, because this is the first time that they are meeting each other. This is their second round, and we want to see that fire. Head to head right now, it's between Zaiwu as well as Mamra. In terms of average kill, they are looking quite even, but in terms of win rate, that is where Scary's taking the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's 71, and the other one is flipped 17% here for
Mhm.
the side of 3 Evil Dragons, and it's still amazing that they even got here this far in the tournament after defeating RTL Prestige, and more specifically, a region that they got to win was up against the ABC Esports squad. So,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, they haven't done it yet. For the past 5 seasons that we've had in Stage 4 regional qualifiers, this is the first time that Taiwan has made it this far in a
Yeah.
tournament. And so, now it's just all about trying to make a statement and trying to get a map away from any of these top teams that are remaining here in the Garena region itself. And I feel like, and up against Scary, they have got what it takes to try to take away a map. And I'm looking at that
Mhm.
search and destroy. firing range that we'll be looking into playing later on today because of how capable their snipers are. But looking into the respawns, it's just that the pacing aren't there quite exactly as they are trying to make that push all by themselves, one
Yeah.
by one, which is technically what you want to cycle in your players around the point. But you gotta have to win your gunfights if you're gonna be able to push through like that. Or if not, you gotta have to double chow everything from the top floor to the hills, and also talk about the map control where you need the power positions on P2, P3 storms as we head into the hardpoint map number 1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, all of those points on point, I would say, especially if we've seen it from the top dogs already. But well, this is where those adjustment needs to come. This is a second time that they will be beating up, so at least they would be able to plan out everything, especially for the side of three evil dragons, if in case they failed the first time. But there's 5 chances for the team, so or make that 3 first. If in case they lose out on the 3, then that's it. That is done for either one, whether it's three evil dragons or scary. But if in case they can go for the back and forth, then they can stretch it to the 5th, and this would be a better run for either team. But we would love to see them start off the fight. I'm really excited to how they're going to bring this on right now, because again, there's great motivation right here coming from both three evil dragons as well as scary right now. This is a chance for them to go against the Titans. And when I talk about Titans, those two that is waiting on the upper bracket, those two that has been leading the fray all throughout every season that we have, not only the regional, but also the qualifiers from or onto the world championship. So I guess fans out there, even the chat, I'm looking at the chat right now, they're looking for those match to happen. But unfortunately, hopefully you stick with us, but unfortunately won't be seeing them just yet. But this is where we're going to see more of the lower bracket run. So stay with us right now. Don't leave us just yet. We have a banger of a matchup right here between not only Three Evil Dragons and Scary, but also later with Ace Esports and Team Star Magic.
Team Star Magic definitely looking to be the team that I want to check out once again because of how dominating AG was yesterday and how completely lost my mind was after going up against his teammates, former teammates in Stalwart Esports. He was gone for like almost 6 months, decided to come back and decided to just completely obliterate map 1 and map number 2. So, yeah, let's see if the redemption season for Team Star Magic with AG do come along. But for now, like talking about Scary as well, as the boys from Three Evil Dragons, they, as we said before, they have met already, and it was a full sweep for Scary, where they have won 3 maps together with the map Summit, I believe it was Tunisia, and a Crossfire Control. So that is going to be the maps that are particularly going to be played here once again today. So let's see if there would be any sort of improvement coming out of the Three Evil Dragons, because it's really impressive to know that they were the ones that picked the map first, but eventually they picked Slums over a Summit, which was a map that they played a lot during the group stage. So maybe after that matchup against Team Star Magic is where they kind of doubted themselves. But either way, if they move on and carry on to play map 4, Summit is going to be played. So you're going to have to meet their nightmare once again.
Well, hopefully they can wake out of that nightmare. Right now, we're seeing our counterpart on a different side, the other part of our nation, our region, where they're also bringing us a little bit of what's their inside now, but unfortunately, we don't hear them. We would like to see more of that as well, and we are back. There you have it. I am Neptune, or Uncle Neptune, I would say, together with Callie right now. We'll be a commentator for today, and again, this is a lower bracket run, and as well as Elimination Saturday for a couple of the teams. So we are going to find out in a bit who's going to win first between Three Evil Dragons as well as Scary, but they have a best of 5 series, so it won't end as easily if either team would try their best, and that's what we're hoping for. They try their best as well as they do what it takes to adjust to whatever the other teams are bringing in today.
I mean, I want to see a map 4, map number 5, you know? This is all I care about when it comes to casting the stage 4. I want to see legendary action down at the lower bracket because that's what mattered the most for these teams right here. You got only one chance of trying to prove your worth down there below. And if you win, you're going to be advancing deeper to the playoffs. But if you lose, that's the end of the journey for you for the whole year. So it's really going to come down to how hungry these players are down here and how they crave, to get the win and prove that they are one of the best. Because after all, you're trying to fight for a slot in the World Championship where you got the most chance at flying into Katowice, Poland, just to play that stage 5 where there's 850k USD to fight for.
Yeah, I love that there's a little bit of change of venue as well, a little bit change of pace that will be happening on to that World Championship. So it not only brings so much excitement, but also pressure for any teams who will be in there. And this is where we want to see the teams really pop off from the qualifiers up until the next stage, because we want them to really practice a lot on how they are going to play against each other. I know some teams, especially for those who have done a lot of LAN event already, like Stalwart Esports as well as Elevate. They have that experience. They had that championship already, and they have a good chance to be on top, regardless of where they are, who they meet. But for the other teams who has a chance, especially for those on lower bracket run, we want them to experience even more of that. So let's see if this is where it starts off, because it seems like Slums is ready, and we're going to hit it up with both 3 Evil Dragons and Scary in this hard point.
Yeah, it's time to prove your worth on this lower bracket run. Who's going to be advancing after this series ends, as we now put map number 1 live here in Garena Call of Duty Mobile. 3 Evil Dragons and Scary are set to take their fight here on map 1 hardpoint. Slums, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see though, the rotation is all full on onto that P1, but as you can see right now, it's more of a close run for 3 Evil Dragons. Now, I'm seeing that is a good point for them to get a few more on their pocket at this point, but in terms of rotation as well, trying to cut off the approach, it's more of Scary's doing that run, and Kramzu has taken the lead already in the front line, and he is now raking up a lot of points. Not only that, a lot of kills as well before even going down.
I mean, failing to get the spawns here for 3 Evil Dragons is going to what cost them, so you gotta have to think bigger picture. Yes, you would want to get the P1 and the score hill on this one, but you want to have that P2 control for as long as you can get, and they've done a great job holding that. Wolf as well as Mavier is teaming up just to maintain that position moving forward. You only got 20 seconds left here on this P1, and Scary, yes, they are the ones supreme with that gunfight, but once we enter that P2, it's all about hill control. You got the power positions and the operators that might just be able to pop open for you to just dismantle Scary in this next hill.
And I love how 3 Evil Dragons earlier lost that spawns and then take it back. Not only that, with also a few points to their side. So this is looking good for 3 Evil Dragons. But when you look at the scores, it's not too far though, but it's still Scary on the lead. Slowly but surely, 3 Evil Dragons is now going and paying that off. But hopefully they can have a 1 or 2 more stacking up on that hill. Otherwise, they will be lost in the retake being done by Scary.
Yeah, gotta be careful now because Scary is just storming through the backside. And now, for 3 Evil Dragons, you gotta stop Zebio Show here at the moment where they're going to be sending in not just a split push, right? It's all over the place. They flipped the spawn, they got the attack through orange, and now it's going to be a completely wide open hill to break.
Lovely break being done by Sai Wu in there with his Sparrow, but unfortunately not of the teams was able to step into the hill, and still more of trade back between both of these teams. 44 and 44, final 12 seconds into this hill, and it is being given up by 3 Evil Dragons. They are going in for the start, early rotate onto the next part, the left part of the map. Anchoring would be one of the players. This is a number 5, which is Wolf. So let's see if he can survive that, because he's going solo, and he managed to go for the backstab against Sebio. And now, as the time has opened up for this hill, it is Lai bringing that death machine to bring the death of Scary.
Yeah, nice early rotation. Then you put in Lai inside of the point where he's got a death machine. So everybody's just going to be magnetized around the hill. So he's just going to be able to feed all of those eliminations. And a great concept so far for 3 Evil Dragons to worry about their P2 and P3 rotation, because that's all that matters when it comes to playing Slums. So far, they've done the first 30 seconds. It's got a hold off time here, with Scary now able to fully break the last 30 seconds. This is where you try to put more resistance around the hill.
Yeah, it seems like it is. Scary is putting a lot of resistance. Not only that, has managed to bring in Tokyo with his Pyro and break through, but now it is a retake by 3 Evil Dragons with a final few seconds of this hill. Rotation on the next point might be done by Scary right now, but it's more survivability that they need to work with. Because at some point, 3 Evil Dragons is looking quite pristine in the gunfights. They're winning a few more, especially in those important takedowns, and that's where they take the hill, they take the lead, and even take Scary down with them.
89 to 69 is the scoreline here, and 3 Evil Dragons are maintaining the score on the lead and here. Maybe that's why they pick stumps. They feel more confident about their full 60 rotations, but here comes the hard part, right? B4, it almost sounds like it's a complete mess, and you need to be able to try to break through a single-handed lane here right now where Scary Sebio is holding. That's going to be a two-piece coming through. He's got the information that the players are going to be coming through brick, so they are prepared to try to take the defense on it with Mamra looking over it, but the nades do come out here for 3 Evil Dragons and now are able to fully stack it through, but only for Chroma with that War Machine to just fully stop that attack right through brick side.
Yeah, I mean, the timing of using the operator skills, Death Machine being used by Sebio, running through, trying to get information, and then Chroma with that War Machine to clean up. And this is where they take that full 60, take the lead against the 3 Evil Dragons right now. And even Tokyo is taking lead as well into rotation into P1. Now, how well can they do this? Because earlier they failed a little bit, but with a little bit help of that operator skills, they might be able to clean up as well as clear the board without giving 3 Evil Dragons. So it seems like in the long run, Scary seems a little bit stronger compared to what we've seen earlier, that 3 Evil Dragons are beating them down.
I mean, it's all about consistency and sustaining yourself around the hill, and also thinking about the bigger picture again for 3 Evil Dragons. They're going to be maintaining the same exact strat as they did on the first hill rotation, where they're only going to be sending a couple of players just to play around the point, and also making Wolf stay around the garbage just to make sure that the P2 transition will be smooth, which is going to be how they could win this matchup right here. They're doing a lot of good chances. If you look at the kill feed, everybody is just painted in blue so far, so the gunfights are being won equally here by 3 Evil Dragons.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's back and forth that is happening between Scary and 3 Evil Dragons. Not quite sure what happened with Scary, though, because from the past, from last time we see them, seems like they are much stronger. Or probably it's just the evolution of the 3 Evil Dragons that's what we're seeing right now. But there goes P1, off to P2 we go, but Anchor Spawns is being held by Wolf right now. Despite of 2 players already in the hill, which is Mamra as well as Kramzu, who's taken the lead, but Zai Wu once again with that Sparrow. The only difference now is, or the only question now is, will they break through? And the question is no. Still, Scary maintains their hold, and no one from 3 Evil Dragons can step in.
And this is where the problem continues to surge on now. If you're 3 Evil Dragons, this is where if you do not get really enough opportunity to bring out your operators and find enough value out of it, it's where it can get spiraled out of control. And at the moment, it's just being a struggle to just make the break around the hill, and that is going to be a clear factor. So if you do not get this through, this might be full momentum carrying over towards the Scary's team. And again, loving the effort to just play around the hill and make sure these guys being kept busy. And you're also going to play the early rotation onto P3, so that is going to be a big plus. You can earn your way back here, just another 60 that you can get, and you'll be right back in striking distance.
But unfortunately, I mean, Mamra released that Pretty, managed to take down who's stepping in onto the next hill, and it's still Scary being a Scary team overall. Mamra with the Tempest will try to go in for the shots, didn't make it, but now is still in the front line with Smokes covering him. He will be able to go for the backstab, and let's see if he will be able to clear out that Anchor spawn. But in terms of the hill themselves, Scary is getting to the double century mark, slowly bringing it to a close, and 3 Evil Dragons, regardless of how strong they are in the beginning, it seems like each of the heads of the Dragons is being cut short.
Yeah, it's just being slain right now at the gunfight. It's just mattering a lot for Scary, and they're building up streaks, which is alarming if you're a 3 Evil Dragons fan, and everybody just falling down now, and a lot more confidence is just beaming through Scary at the moment around the hill. A momentarily break that you get to see from 3 Evil Dragons. You need these last 12 seconds to try to kickstart any sort of fire to bring yourself right back in this game. You're trying to play through the transition from P3 to P4 with Lime making the play to get you the deep fountain spawn. So you're currently in a nice position to chain this and a full 60 regardless. It doesn't even matter. You just gotta have to survive this wave coming through right now from Scary, who drops in the EMP system. So now every kill coming through with the War Machine is just going to be cash. And yeah, that is it. It's
Yeah,
Scary
they're cashing
making the
in.
break before it open it.
They're cashing in. Final hill, potential final hill for Scary at this point, especially in how well they cleared that out against the 3 Evil Dragons. Now let's see if they can maintain this. Sebio right now, Dead Machine, and Lai will be taken out. Even as Go will try to fight back, and with Tempest, he managed to go in for a couple, but unfortunately he has been taken out by Gramzu right now, and it's still off to Scary. Only a few seconds remaining, and this might be the end for the first game of this day. Scary for that win, taking this 1 point.
Yeah, total team effort that they just provided there, and a massive performance coming through the team on the second hill rotation. They knew that they were trailing behind on the first hill rotation with 3 Evil Dragons just winning P3 and P2. So when the opportunity kicked in, P1, obviously they were not really there. It was mostly 3 Evil Dragons that were kind of making the push, but when they had Kramzu and the crew be able to take the attack through the P2 spawn, that P2 and P3 became a massive transition, and it both became a whole 60. So that's like a total of 120 points that they were able to get on the second hill rotation. And Scary just provided a lot of, OBJ time for everybody else. You got Chroma there with 2 minutes and 4 seconds. So when you're having your best players around the point, it's just where it gets a little bit trickier for 3 Evil Dragons to play around the map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they are getting in. They're putting in the elimination. They're putting in the takedowns. But unfortunately, it's not that important. Or the takedowns is not the game-changing takedowns. Or it's not the game-changing elimination that we're seeing from Scary. The Evil Dragons is toe-to-toe in terms of how they're taking their engagement. But the moment that they get the operator skills, yes, they clear some parts before heading into the hill, but the moment they step in, Scary just knows how to put a gate against them. And that is where Scary took this huge lead, despite of how close it was earlier from the beginning of this game.
It was really tricky to really fight Scary when they are now fully with momentum, and the MVP will have to go to Tokyo this time with 38 elimination. And again, the routing from this guy was really just as important as the hill time that Momra and Chroma was able to provide for the team. And yeah, that's the highest that we got in the lobby. And you gotta have to watch out for this guy when he plays the S&D, because he can really get up there along with Sebio with that sniper.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what I love about from what we've seen in Tokyo earlier, if I'm not mistaken, he was using a Sparrow, and those are important kills that he's making, especially when clearing out the hill and stepping in to get those time. So I would like to see more from 3 Evil Dragons, especially in Search and Destroy, but you did mention it. If Tokyo and Sebio teams up, they might bring in not only a Sebio show, but a Sebio Tokyo show overall, or probably just an overall Scary show. I'm not talking about a horror movie. It's more of the Scary leading the game all throughout 2-7.
Well, if 2 guys are just really putting up, tons of kills and matching up the sniper from 3 Evil Dragons, you can really get scared for the other team. So you gotta have to bring in the A game here now. If you're 3 Evil Dragons, you're starting on the defense. As we move into map number 2, this is where Wolf was really putting a lot of mixtape with its sniper up against, I believe was Ace Gamers Esports, or if I'm mistaken, I think it was TSM yesterday, where they forced overtime and almost clutched it and forced a map number 4. So it's the sniper plays that are going to keep you alive in this game, but you gotta have one of your SMG or your heavy users to be able to provide those skills for you in these close range engagements, because the Mavier, he had a moment where he could clutch it, but only that clutch was what he was able to provide, and much nothing less. So if you cannot get kills with your SMG, especially up against Scary, where they are really commanding when it comes to playing in these close range engagements with their sniper Sebio, it can get really overwhelming for your squad. So you gotta be able to provide a bit more close range presence for your snipers to deliberately help this team win an S&D game.
Yeah, I mean, adaptability. Even if you're the sniper, if you can adapt to a much closer battle or CQCs, then you would be able to change the script or change the story of the game. But the battle's about to begin right now, and the story has started. Now, it is 3 Evil Dragons is defender and Scary right now on the attacker. But as you can see, the bomb has been left, and 3-1-1 split has been done. The only question is, what is Sebio doing? Staying back, or was it that Sebio staying back? And well, hopefully we will see him move a little bit because Chroma right now is not seeing anything on the snipes. Chandra is the weapon of choice for this guy and taking hold of Alpha, but not seeing the two players from Three Evil Dragons compared to Sai. Whoa, spotted one, but Mamra takes him down.
And that's the problem. You need Light to make the play here. And I think it's going to be difficult. The double chow
Whoop.
is definitely going to be a bit more suffocating for him, but he's prepared for this moment right here. He can swing onto Mommer and maybe take him down. Here goes. That two-piece from the B side will just completely stop this first from Scary, as Mommer is the only person remaining here along with Sebio to make the plays. And Lai, again, going to be needing that kind of performance from him all throughout this game to make sure Three Evil Dragons end up with the map win.
Yeah, let's see though, it's only Sebio right now against 3 players from 3 Evil Dragons, and these are the 3 Evil Dragons that he need to slay right now. Let's see if he can see one, and time's running out. Only 37 seconds remaining, and even the bomb will not save him as point. We don't have any information yet on which take to or route to take, but it seems like A is closer. And if he can get an angle, at least a takedown would help him even more. Utilities had been used overall, and there goes. No takedown, no elimination, but there goes the child, the double child coming from 3 Evil Dragons with Kyo for the finisher.
We were just talking about the SMG line that will be the key to making this team win. Because if Volk can give you the first blood on these long-range engagements, you just need to follow that one up with a couple more shots from Lai or Kyo. So that's going to be a great round number 1 for 3 Evil Dragons, especially on the defense. And they're going to get the second blood again. They're going to get the first blood in the second round again. So just gotta have to continue through this A-long slam. Going to be quite problematic, but if the Maver shows up with the 2-piece like that, this could really be something else for 3 Evil Dragons. Another 1v3 situation that they're going to put themselves in the advantage.
Yeah, Saiwu right now is yet to see an elimination for his side. Mamura is on his toes. Not only in the snipes, but also on a shotgun, if in case anyone got close. But Mamura might not see the one flanking left, and the bomb's still to the ground, so the pressure is on them. But plenty of time to work with. Yeah, let's see, up close and personal. Lai takes him down. 3 in the bag and 2 on the scoreboard for 3 Evil Dragons.
Yeah, just finding those spots. There's Wolf. And you had the Maver actually pulled up with one of the best 2-piece ever in that long A with a shotgun. So, Scary. Definitely gonna have to think about what kind of strategy they're doing, because if they got shot down twice and got forced into a 1v3 on these 2 rounds, they would definitely need to try to play for a pick where Chroma would have to step up. Remember, 15 kills yesterday, so looking for his first elimination in the 3rd round.
Let's see though, as we haven't seen that yet. The pressure is on for both sides, but it's more of Scary right now. Chroma will try his best to hit Kyo, but no shots, no damage being done. And there goes the hit. Kramzu for the first takedown. But there goes the response and a trade, and Wolf will be taken out by Chroma as well. Now, it is more of a Scary winning the gunfight. It's more of a trade back, or back and forth, and up close and personal. It seems like the 2v2 will need to keep their distance. There goes Kramsu for another elimination. Zaiwu remaining, and there's a huge chance that Scary can get a point and grab the momentum.
Yeah, unless Zaiwu pulls up one of the best clutch ever. Tokyo going to be the last player alive for Scary, but Zaiwu is going to get taken down there. Scary marks their first round win. Not sure exactly what was happening there for Kyo on the long A, on the defense, where it was just kind of proning and just kind of letting that mid-map control just fall behind. That allowed Scary Kramzu to really get the flank and put Scary with a numbers advantage and even get the plant on the A side.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. Good turnaround being done by Scary at this point, but will they be able to take momentum and grab another one to equalize the scoreboard? And I think the pressure is being put onto Bravo right now. Only 2 on the guard, but Saiwo will make sure that the numbers will be kept down on the double before going down, but Sevio Tokyo Show is on, and one will try to go for a contest. It is Lai who goes down first, but Wolf managed to take down Tokyo, and Mamra in the fight, sliding and rolling, and he is on point, and he has brought this in a 2v1.
Yeah, Wolf's just gonna have to clutch this one. Has had a spare share of moments up against Team Star Magic. If there's anyone that can get it done for 3 Evil Dragons, it's gonna have to be Wolf, but the timing, this was unreal. Sebio's gonna take that one home. The Sebio Tokyo Show finds the first. They found the last 3 kills for Scary, so now they have managed to tie it up. And everybody's slowly starting to wake up as well. Chroma finds his first elimination here. This firing range map, so it starts to get a little bit dangerous. 3 Evil Dragons must put in a bit more security around their flank. That has been the storyline so far, why they have lost the last 2.
Let's see though, I mean, this is Equalize being done by Scary and Zio, a little bit too deadly, but not so much compared to what we've seen earlier. And it's more Sevio as well as Chroma taking the lead. It's a 3v4 situation, making that 2v4 situation. And Lai right now would be lying down together with Akio. And the first lead by Scary being done right now much quicker compared to what we've seen earlier.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a slow start for Scary. And we've seen it also yesterday where they just kind of lost down the first 3 rounds and eventually win the next few and turn it into a momentum shifter. And Scary, I feel like, you know, they've already got the momentum and they're just steamrolling 3 Evil Dragons right now in the attack.
See though, they can continue this on. Hit mark, doesn't save Chroma. And Chroma will be taking down Sebio right now. The Sebio show once again. Spotlight on him, but the Wolf might be able to take him down. First down is Tokyo. Another one on the flank. Mamra missed, and Mamra was able to, or Wolf missed, and Mamra was able to take him down, taking the lead to 2 right now. And you might be right, Callie. This might be a steamroll and a momentum shift being done by Scary even later. After the spawns would be switched, or the roles will be switched between these 2 teams.
I mean, it's just 3 Evil Dragons. I mean, the only reason why they lost those 4 rounds is because of their flank. Nobody's checking their 6. And, you know, if you're giving away those kind of free kills, numbers-wise and confidence-wise, you're going to start thinking, where do you even want to hold it down when you're on the defense, when all of your lanes are just kind of left wide open for Scary to take. So at least get to change things up here. Now you're on the opposition. Get to attack and put that bomb down, but you're gonna have to think decisively where you try to take this, because it can be really hard. Try to put that bomb and just go in for a post-plant defense.
Yeah, I mean, 2 defense being done by 3 Evil Dragons is working, but not against Kramzu. There goes a double takedown. Only 1 remains. 1v2 situation, and Wolf is dead smack in the middle. Now, the bomb is on the ground. Sepio trying to shoot, but the response coming from Wolf is pristine. Now, Kramzu put the final nail in the coffin, bringing us closer to the end of the game, and 3 Evil Dragons still left dead in 2.
Yeah, 5 rounds consecutively here for Scary. Really impressive to shut down 3 Evil Dragons just like that. And they've had their first share of trades into the first bloods. And even if they are the one to get the first death, they equally trade it right away in the next 5 seconds. That's really important for Scary to completely do over, to make sure that they are the ones that fully make the play and win this game.
Yeah, let's see though. Chroma on point to hit anyone on that second floor in 2F. But they're not rushing it. This is the rush that we've seen earlier was a potential fail for Scary. It's a good thing that they managed to win the previous game. Now, they are being cautious right now. And let's see if Chroma can hit one. No! Missed that shot and put out his position. And he goes down. It's now a 2v4 situation. Let's see if Scary can clutch this. Otherwise, it seems like 3 Evil Dragons getting the 3rd in this game.
Gonna be really hard right here for Scary to clutch this, as they only got 1 guy remaining to play the retake. And there we go. Finally a round win here for 3 Evil Dragons. Took them 6 rounds to get 1 more in their favor, but they got a lot of comeback to do here. 2 rounds to tie this game. Cannot afford to let Scary get over that 6 round wins, because that puts them at game point.
Yeah, I mean, they are almost a game point. Let's see if this is something that 3 Evil Dragons can avert at this moment. Finally getting a 1 point after, you did mention 6, and let's see if they can keep that momentum. No takedown just yet. Sepio being taken down, but the retake, or probably the response coming from Scary is a little bit stronger. 2 has been taken down as well. 3v4 situation. Kramzu not seeing 1, but 3 players from 3 Evil Dragons are moving away. So it's more of who's holding that alpha right now. And let's see if Chroma can at least take 1 and not lose out in the gunfight.
Okay, Mamra Going to be on a massive flank right here on the defense. He hears it and he flies through. Wolf now falls down, and that might just be it. This round, all in the hands of Fly, who fails to clutch it as Chroma finds the double to hold down the A lane. And that 6-round wins now for Scary. Just one more round and it's gonna be a 2-0 lead. Step closer to advancing to the lower bracket semifinals.
Yeah, only 1 point. Scary right now is on the lead, and I guess we might see a little bit slowdown once again for side of Scary, or either both sides. Because it seems like the impatience of Scary is what's costing them that first blood. Now, let's see if Tokyo will be able to go for the backstab right now, or probably just sneak through Wolf. And there goes Mavier down from the hands of Sebio. Here comes Tokyo trying to go in for the rush, but he's the one who goes down together with another player. 2v3 situation, and it's looking like it is 3 Evil Dragons who might be winning this. Again, I keep mentioning the impatience, because if you have plenty of time, but if you rush blind, then that might be the fail for the team. Good enough that Kramzu managed to take down a Wolf who's taking a different angle, and it's now down to a 2v2.
Kramzu and Sebio again, right to the front. This is going to be dangerous for him to be in, as Evil Dragons looks to try to stack it, but now it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. And the information in right now for Kramzu, let's play this one smartly, has the highest skills for this team. It's crazy because he's a stand-in for Scary for this tournament. And he's been the one doing most of the dirty work for this squad. And right now, looks to be the best player this round, this map.
Yeah, let's see. Kyo right now. Bomb has been planted. Rotation being done by Kramzu. And this is a huge chance for Kyo to play that short run towards Bravo. The moment that a diffuse will be triggered, he can just step in and go for a takedown. But I think Kramzu is a little smarter than that. He might go in for a fake, but there's not so much of time, and this might be it. Kyo right now will take Kramzu down and will take back a point, preventing Scary to win this game.
Yeah, big win right there for the Evil Dragons to extend their odds of trying to force overtime here. 2 more rounds to go. That Snipers have done their fair share, 19 eliminations. That is going to be a lot higher than what you got here for Scary. And again, the difference is that the flank, the 6s, and again, close range gunfights just got to be a little bit more won over by teams by double stacking a couple of players together. But now, the first blood is going to be on Sebio. The Maver is down to the ground, and the Wolf needs to exchange that first blood, and they do find it, but at the cost of another player actually dropping down here for 3 Evil Dragons. So Chroma gonna push up on the long A, and everything is just going to be taken by Scary in terms of the space. And Tokyo looking to try to delivering the killing blow, as he only got Kyo as the only player remaining here standing around the bottom of the wood house. No information for him so far, so you can get potential 2-piece right through the A long, with Kyo actually hiding in plain sight. That's the first one, unfortunately, did not pull the trigger, and Scary will take that round win.
And there you have it, 74 scoreline. It was a little too closer compared to what we expected to happen. But one thing I would take note, despite of Scary winning this game, Chroma making that run on A several times. He did manage to get a few hits, but he did miss a lot, as well as giving out 1 point or giving one elimination to 3 Evil Dragons. But it's to no consolation. There's no I would say downside to it. They managed to win this game, and as you can see right now, Wolf as well as the rest of 3 Evil Dragons have put in a great fight. It just so happens Scary managed to win out so much, and you did mention about the retakes, and this is what they are capable of, especially in Search and Destroy. Not so much of a Sebio show, but Chroma and Kramzu stepping up. I'm loving this side of Scary.
Yeah, 21 eliminations with that sniper. Then you compare that to the other side, which combines for 20. So, you know, the difference is it's a fairly equal in terms of the sniper battle. It's just the difference between your SMG and your heavies around the map that will win you games. And unfortunately, for the Mavier, he just only becomes the, you know, I don't want to say it harshly, but he's been the reason why this team is definitely losing this map. Because like you've seen him play around it where he's kind of just blind rushing the enemy team while his teammates are playing passive. So I don't know if that was the set play for 3 Evil Dragons, but it definitely did not give them the chance to play the numbers game around the late game. And a matter of fact, right, that extra man that they lost just gives them less space to cover up, and that allowed Scary to really put on a good show.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not quite sure if it's a communication issue or it's just a timing issue for 3 Evil Dragons right there. But it's a good point, though. I mean, the Mavier being taken out a little bit too early, most of the time being first blood, would make it difficult for the rest of the team to go for retake or for the challenge as well. So hopefully that would be something that would change, especially in the next game, which is Control, where not only lives matter, but also objectives, similar to what we've seen in Search and Destroy, but a little bit more. But speaking of more, this is Chroma bringing it more into the game, despite of all most of the shots being missed in that A long side. He still grabs that MVP, 11 on elimination and 13-32 on the score.
That's really good for Kroba to be here. Again, he was one of the highlights as well for yesterday, scoring 15 elimination on the same exact map. So double-digit eliminations coming in for the man himself, and that is going to be allowing the boys of Scary to go up 2-0 now in this map count. And you only need one more map to win this whole thing, and you're going to be heading into a crossfire control where you've already played it up against this team during the group stage, and you had a commanding win over them, a 3-1 scoreline where you had a lot of live count lead.
Definitely. I mean, crossfire control is something that Scary can take advantage, and since they had the 2-point already, it seems like as much as we have so much hope for 3 Evil Dragons might end up on a 3-0. So hopefully they can still fire back the energy that they put in from that hard point or the first half of hard point. We need that back for 3 Evil Dragons, at least to give a little bit more of a challenge to Scary right now. But in terms of scores, especially in that Search and Destroy, it was, I would say 7-4. It's still very close. Then they managed to bring back a few points, a couple of points before ending the game, or before Scary ending the game. So there's still a sliver of hope for 3 Evil Dragons right now, and hopefully they haven't lose that for this Control crossfire.
Here we go. Let's take a look at the stat line heading into the crossfire. Obviously, Tokyo going to be the main point. He was the MVP during the hardpoint match. But again, the Mavier being the head-to-head player here, this is where he kind of shines the most because of that heavy plays that he got to do around the map. So he's really sneaky with it. That has allowed this team actually play a little bit more and take away a bit more maps during the group stage is here in the crossfire map. So yes, you could say that Scary won over this team, 3 Evil Dragons, during the group stage. But you're more than capable of trying to prove their worth here, and you are now back against the wall. 3 Evil Dragons only one map away from getting eliminated. So you gotta have to make sure that your boys come in here for the full 100%, because this might just be the end of your journey for stage 5.
Yep, definitely. I mean, 3 Evil Dragons, though, despite of losing their previous battle in the same map against Scary, the kill line is quite close, 117 against 93. So a little bit of a nudge for 3 Evil Dragons, and they might be able to bring a little bit more. And there goes the trade right now in terms of elimination. But Sebio will try to bring the Sebio show once again, and on the scope, staying in the middle of everyone, and they managed to take a lead in terms of lives, but he has been taken down. But before going down, he managed to take down Lai as well.
Yeah, Scary's doing time around the A site, but you can see them actually give away the Butcher's control. 3 Evil Dragons are just extending. That's literally how you try to play this crossfire map, because there's no way in hell are you just going to win with just you camping around the back of your place, because you're obviously going to get overwhelmed, and the whole thing, the whole lane is gonna hold down and will be crashing on your face. So you gotta have to make sure you push out, get some power position. That's how you put a lot of resistance, and that's how you can keep these opponents to thinking that, hey, we gotta have to take care of our spawns. And that would be the absolute chance for your guys like Mavier to absolutely hit it through the front.
Yeah, seems like it. I mean, the Mavier is already hitting the front, and they have a 3 lives lead. Despite giving 1 hill, they will be able to funnel them down into Bravo. But Sebio right now, just keeping an eye on the Mavier. 1 peak will be the downfall, but no, still managed to go take that elimination against Chroma. But Sebio goes for a double. But still, 3 Evil Dragons, 4 lives ahead. Make that 3 on the final 1.5 minute of the game.
Yeah, Scary is still in clearing operations. Right now, they need to take care of this guy on Butcher's Kyo, holding his ground, holding his fort, while Mummer continues to lay down and players to rest on the garbage. Heading into the B depot we go. It's Scary as they look to have two guys actually stacked up. So Roma takes this kill. He might be able to open things up for the squad.
Whoop.
And there we go. That has been the case. The Evil Dragons are now trapped at spawns, and Scary is in a nice position to put them into the blender.
Seems like, but still, the back and forth in terms of lives, the trade in terms of elimination, this is poetic for both sides, and we still don't know who's going to win. It might be ending into an S&D later on, but they are losing a lot of time. 6-5 in score right now, and Bravo slowly being taken by Kramzu. But here comes the rest of the teams of the Evil Dragons, who will try to go for takedown, 2 more lives. And the defense seems like a little stronger, but Mamra says no, go 2 for the takedown, make that 3, and potential on the 4th, manage to get into the bus, and the Wilson boss would not be going down, but the Mavier will try to bring him out, but Mamra brings the win with the clutch.
Oh my god, with that Tempest play right through the bottom X, he was able to leak out and get all the last eliminations, and that's why you tried to push for the spawns. Those kind of moments where just can really get the flank and get the clear for your team single-handedly, and Scary just won one of the hardest sides in control so far on the attack on Crossfire. So now they're back into the defense. This is where you can say it's barbecue chicken for them right now, as they're just so confident and pushing through middle. They got the War Machine still with a couple of bullets in. That should give them a couple of more kills to maintain that live count lead towards their side.
Yeah, hopefully they put their gloves on, or eating gloves on, because they are taking these chickens one at a time. Now, 24 or 25 to 21 right now. Tokyo in his power. I know he's getting a few more of those elimination afterwards, and he still managed to survive. Only a few more seconds remaining for Tokyo. Can leave this out, but Saiwu says, stop with his Sparrow. We're going to bring you down, but Scary is still in the lead. Kyo will try to go in onto that B side, but on Overwatch would be Kramzu, and it is looking like a scary battle right now, pun intended.
Yeah, it's really scary right now for 3 Evil Dragons, because this round win right here puts them just one map away, one round away from advancing to the lower bracket semifinals. So Scary, definitely, they can lick their lips right now. They smell it. They want to get this win, and on this defense, they're definitely killing it right now.
Bro, are you smelling, what is it, the saliva that they're smelling? It seems like it. It seems like it. They lick the lips and they're smelling the win. Now, let's see now. Kramzu, potential backstab might be happening through the window, and there you have it. But it's still quite long. It's still quite a long run, and Sebio already bringing in 12. Let's see if he can bring in 13, but no, Wolf takes him down. The Mavier as well respond, and it might look like similar to what we've seen earlier, but again, who's going to make the clutch? Would it be Scary or 3 Evil Dragons? Alpha will be captured, giving them a little bit more time, and it's still Evil Dragons going down one at a time. But here comes War Machine gameplay from Wolf. It was a Tempest earlier for Scary, and Wolf is trying to bring it on, but they're still losing on those lives. The Preddy might help, and it does sort of equalize the playing field between these two teams.
But Mummer is still alive here. Been known to clutch things up. And here's the Mavier actually take down the position on the bottom X. I don't think he's got no idea either. Both teams just playing on a stalemate. A minute and 1 second left here. And the clock being paused. Scary won the 1v1s. And Scary just like that, out of nowhere, just take control. And now just one round away from advancing to the next game.
Yeah, match point for Scary right now. They are showing up Scary, but it is very close between the teams in terms of lives, in terms of time. But it just so happens Scary knows to get those important kills. And they are playing with that right now, especially with Sebio on Overwatch. Even the final moments of previous round, he was the one getting on point and trying to get position of whoever is like flanking. And, well, let's see though. It seems like Scary slowly going down. Saiwu on that Annihilator with a spree already. And he's not going down that easily. Saiwu says Yahoo before going down.
Oh man, that's good for 3 Evil Dragons. They also got this that machine invested, and that's gonna find a lot of value around the mid-map. but only for Mamra to actually turn him down. But you still got the Impi system coming through for Wolf, and you're really trying to put a lot of the spawns in your control. You're kind of filtering Scary to be spawning on the A side, which is definitely not what you want, because that allows them to drive more power, to just stack that A side more, and that's how they got that A side capture, which extends their whole clock to another minute.
So, I mean, lives are being lost for side of Scary as well. 20-11. It makes 20-10. It's now doubled. And even Tokyo would be left behind a wall. And maybe right now, an equalizer trying to not equalize, but tip the scale to their favor. Everyone from Scary stuck behind that broken wall, and they couldn't get out. Only 6 lives remain. Will there still be a clutch? Will they be able to take it in the long run? The smokes save them to be able to cross over, and 3 already on the flank.
Yeah, loving the response coming out of 3 Evil Dragons after losing the first defense. Beautiful operators that they were able to provide, and a lot of that value just provided them this life count lead. Scary looking to try to slow things down. They know for sure that they got a minute to play around with, but that minute can go away so close, so easy. So you gotta have to really earn your way up. Mamra is sent out to play the flank, and he's gonna get read there by Zaiwu. So beautiful reads coming out of 3 Evil Dragons. The response definitely a bit more firm. So that should grant this win over towards 3 Evil Dragons. And the hard part now is that they're gonna have to play your attack side with little to no operator available. So gonna need to win your gunfights on the attack and try to survive Scary's operator pulls later on.
Yeah, I guess this is an eco game for side of Scary. They're not really putting out the investment in operators in the final moment, and even if they're losing out, or there's a huge chance, but as soon as I say that, Sepio will try to go in, probably clutch it out, but how much can you do? This might be a waste of Annihilator, but if you can stack up on that score streak, then that would help you as well later on. The first tick has been captured already. Here comes the second tick. The smokes has been pulled out, but he needs to step out. There goes another from the left, but the right side would be a little bit stronger, and a point will be taken by 3 Evil Dragons. And let's see, though, if they can manage to take 2 later on.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see how they're going to be pairing well now, as you have only vanilla guns to help you earn this round number 4. Really surely going to be tough when those operators are now brought down here by Scary. The first blood looks pretty good there for Zaiwu. And again, you're trying to make this capture work, but you gotta have to delay it because it's just the Sparrow just working through, and the Tempest actually playing around the map, and with Kramzu bringing the Death Machine as well, trying to put this game to an end. You'd actually be surprised that 3 Evil Dragons has not really sustained a lot of damage. So they are still maintaining the live count lead. And Scary, with all those operators that they've thrown in, only they were able to find 6 kills in total.
And that's one thing, no. I mean, having operators is good, but timing it well would be better. And it seems like the timing for Scary's operator is not that well. But we still have Chroma right now with a War Machine. The moment he breaks through, grows over the front line, and he might be able to use that later on. But no, he has been taken down, and Alpha's third tick will be recaptured. And let's see, though, if the 17 lives that 3 Evil Dragons has been saving up will go against 21 lives that Scary has. Because if it doesn't, if they won't be able to equalize it, and Scary and Chroma will be able to get a few more of those elimination, it might be 3 Evil Dragons done for.
Now, there we go. Still a lot of chance here for 3 Evil Dragons to just really extend their life count here. Just gotta have to hold this A side, but Mamura able to shut that down entirely. Picks up the weapon, but Wolf's going to be there to shut them down, but the nade goes through for Scary, and that will melt the defense and the recycle in for 3 Evil Dragons to capture the A side. More space now being taken, and this might be the sign of the end for 3 Evil Dragons. The Imp system now will be brought in here by your boy from 3 Evil Dragons just to stop that bleeding, but the bleeding has already hemorrhaged. It is just 5 eliminations that Scary needs just to put themselves through the next stage.
Yeah, despite of them being able to extend the clock, they won't be able to authorize that bleeding overall. And there you have it! Scary wins not only control, but also the series against 3 Evil Dragons. And with that said, Scary moves to the next stage, the next level, as 3 Evil Dragons would be saying goodbye.
There we go. That is going to be the nicest place to be in if you are Scary, but this is the end for Three Evil Dragons. But let's again look back at what happened for the Taiwan region this year. This marks the first time that the Taiwanese team was able to manage to get into the playoffs for the first time in 5 years of competitive play. So this might just be the end for Three Evil Dragons, but this might be history for our brothers from the Taiwan, Macau, and Hong Kong server, because they definitely know that if Three Evil Dragons can make it here, we got hope for the next year up ahead. So this is definitely a stand for them. It's a bittersweet story, but great job of making it this far if you're Three Evil Dragons.
Yeah, definitely. This is a huge big end of the beginning for Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau's run, because they are just beginning to rise up to the challenge of crossing over to the playoffs, and that is the Three Evil Dragons who's starting it off. And this is a huge motivation as well for the entire region and the entire Garena qualifiers as well, that the team will be able to break through despite of losing so much. And that is like that has been a long-running story that we've seen so far. Remember Elevate, when they were the underdogs, when they were the dark horse, but now they are the top dogs. That's just a story that took years to happen, but look at them now, still on the high note. Same goes for, well, for Stalwart Esport. It has been a long run that they have been on top, and it's just that we want to see more of that happen. Three Evil Dragons might be that team. Well, next time we see them around might be stronger, even smarter, and is giving us too much of better engagement in the future. But for now, we're gonna say goodbye for them, and Scary would move to the next level.
They'll be waiting for whoever will win the match that we'll be streaming again later on tonight, which is the Ace Gamers as well as the TSM. But the MVP will be given to Sebio with 29 kills, 3,568 points, and the Sebio show continues at least today. And maybe later on, they would need Sebio to really light things up as the sniper, because it can really be hard trying to take away maps, especially on the S&D when you're trying to play up against Team Star Magic.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, if it's whether Street Team Star Magic or Ace Esports, we're going to find out later on.
Yeah.
But again, similar to what we've seen earlier, similar to what we've seen in Three Evil Dragons against Scary. This is not the first time they are meeting each other. So either way, whether it is those teams, once they cross over to next level, that would be the first time that they will be going against each other, I believe, because this is like they are coming from different groups, and even on the playoffs, even on the brackets, they're going in on a different routes.
There definitely is a bit more improvement that we can get here for both ends, right? Honestly, for Scary, I feel like having a slow start on the Search and Destroy might be a bit of a problem when they face Ace Gamers or Team Star Magic. So maybe they could do something that can really help them find a way to be a bit more decisive on the first few rounds that they're playing when it comes to playing that game mode. But overall, they look pretty good in terms of playing maps. The hardpoint definitely look pretty solid. It does look like they are a close range map merchants in the hardpoint, right? They love their slums, they love their summit hardpoints, but they're not shying away from maps like Ascenda. So they can really just get a good respawn match later on today.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, let's see if this is something they can bring in. But let me correct myself. I did mention earlier that this might be a first time that they will be meeting up against Ace or TSM. But I remembered, and looking at the notes as well, that Scary had met against Ace from the first round in our bracket. So if that happens, if Ace wins against Team Star Magic, then that will be round 2 once again between them and Scary. But if it's the other way around, then that's where we're going to see them go against each other the first time. But I'm not talking about any competition, just in the Garena Qualifiers, because we know these teams are coming from the same region and they've met up each other in so many instances. And this is where we will see if they have evolved even more, if they go against if Scary go against TSM. But that's for later. Right now, we're just waiting on to who is the MVP of the game, because so far, correct me if I'm wrong, Callie, we have different MVPs for each mode in this series.
Yeah, it's definitely what you want if you're scary, and
Mm.
they're going to have a hard time to determine who's gonna be the end of the match MVP because of what has just been happening. But you'll have to see that it's a total team effort and not
Yeah.
just one guy that really is carrying the load of offense, because that's how you know this team definitely has a great balance in terms of team chemistry as well. They are up there, and it's just
Mhm.
all about trying to fix the mentality moving forward,
Yep.
because it only goes higher from here on up, right? You're playing
Mhm.
deeper into the playoffs. A much more tougher opponent will be awaiting you later on today. So you gotta be prepared for these moments, and you gotta have to have a killer mentality. You don't have to shy away from the spotlight because you're literally here. This
Yep.
is stage 4. You are just what, 2 series away from advancing to the stage 5. So it's now or never. You gotta bring in 100% of your matchup for you to be able to get into the world stage.
All right, but right now, for the player of the match, the player of the series, it is Scary Chroma. Total of 70 elimination. That's 7-0 elimination, an average score of 9,540. This guy has taken the MVP from that search and destroy, but even if he is not our MVP from hardpoint or control, he has put up a lot in terms of taking all those opponent down or even go for the objective. So, Chroma, we want to see more of him, especially for later. But I guess this ends the battle between Scary and 3 Evil Dragons, and we would love to set up the next fight between Ace as well as Team Star Magic.
It's yeah, I'm looking into this next game up ahead, because you clearly got TSM with a capable hardpoint
Mhm.
team, control team, but their S&D's been here and there, quite close games that they got up ahead, but also for Ace Gamers as well. Even though they may have taken the lower bracket, they really lack behind on the hardpoint, so they really got to step things up for today, and hopefully they pick a map where it could be a main strength rather than their enemy's weakest, because you would want to get as much heat as possible for your squad to be able to get yourself a chance to earning a map later on today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hopefully they will be building into their strengths or probably adjusting to their opponent's strengths as well. If you can adapt to the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent, then that's where you outsmart them. And I couldn't stop but take note of other teams who has evolved so much, especially top dogs. I won't name them anymore because it would be too redundant. But those
Yeah.
teams who has been adjusting tournament after tournament, match after match, and they're playing it with like they played on their mind first before they even go into the game, and that is what's important. Like, play out all those plans from A to Z if you have to, and if you can pull them off, practice it that much, then you have a lot of response against your opponents regardless of who they are. So that is just one thing that we've noticed, especially for the top dogs, but hopefully these teams will also apply them, because I know for a fact that these teams has a lot of experience in terms of tournament, but it's just so happened that there's a lot of shakeup that has happened in most of the region. That's why we are seeing teams that could have been stronger but looks not too strong.
I mean, it's just because of the format, right? I feel like I'm not discrediting anybody here, but the
Yeah.
MSP format and the way we're playing it in Garena Masters definitely just put only the best of the best teams to actually play in the major stage, right? You got Garena Masters 8 and 9,
Yeah.
where there's only a couple of teams playing, and before you even qualify there in the first place, you got to go through 10 stages of group stage that happens at the back end for you to even qualify. So only the best of the best can actually play, and it definitely puts a lot of effort for these teams to strive harder and win harder. And Scary's a team that definitely went through the arduous stages of just trying
Mhm.
to qualify in Garena Masters 8 and 9, and here they are definitely trying to extend their life as much as possible here in stage 4.
Exactly. And before we proceed on to the next match, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the second series of the day will happen. It's battle against Ace Esports as well as Team Star Magic. Once again, I am Uncle Neptune together with Callie right now. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
くれ Great homies どんな時もサイドバイサイド止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it go We're to the ball We're to the ball The precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end great homies どんな時もサイドバイサイド止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it go We to the ball We to the ball The precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end
Welcome back to the show, and this day 2 of playoffs for Call of Duty Mobile Garena Qualifiers 2025. And this is the road for the teams to get into the World Championship. On the caster says, I am Neptune Gentleman Garcia, joined by the one and only Callie, and we will be your casters all throughout today. And earlier, Callie, we've seen the first battle between Three Evil Dragons and Scary took the win. But right now, we're going to witness Ace Esports going against TSM, and we would love to see how it turns up.
I mean, TSM definitely had one of the shocker feels after yesterday's performance up against Stalwart Esports. They won the first 2 maps and unfortunately did not win the next 3 to even get the upper bracket final spot. But they showed that they are capable of being the dark horse of this tournament, and that was just the first hurdle that they got in this tournament. They got a lot more to go down here in the lower bracket, and they might just be this year's version of Kagendra. So just gotta have to watch out for this team when you're playing them. And unfortunately for Ace Gamers, who did not really have a great start from what happened from yesterday's matches, they would want to be the one ending up on top here. But looking at the statistics and how the performance has been going in, you have an Ace Gamer squad that really struggles on the respawns, and you have another team, which is Team Star Magic in this matchup, that really thrives in respawns just because they have AG in the roster. So it's going to be quite hard for Ace Gamers to take this, but they got to make sure that they take home the SND here.
Yeah, it seems like we have a contrast in terms of teams right here, as you did point it out, and we love to see the adjustment going on. Earlier, we've seen that from Three Evil Dragons. They made that adjustment, especially in hardpoint, but the long run, or the 250 point, is just too far for Three Evil Dragons to be able to catch up, and that's where Scary managed took that away from them. And even in Search and Destroy, there's a glimmer of hope that we saw from them in that fight, as well as in Control. But hope, as we want it to end toward, like, to reach the end, it's depending on your opponent as well if they want you to take it. So it seems like TSM would want to take down Ace Esports, as you did mention. But before we go there, we're going to go in a review on the format. And previously, we've just seen the groups, that the group stage we're in. We've seen already the teams who managed to cross over. But right now, we are in the second day of the playoffs. And this is where the teams try their best to get up on the bracket and take that grand finals run. And take note, whoever steps into the grand finals has a ticket already booked for the World Championship. So this is what the World Championship looks like. Now, will be happening in Katowice, Poland. That would be on November 7th to the 9th. So take note of this. Take a screenshot of this, so that when we go into World Champion Finals, you would know what to expect from the teams.
It's just going to be amazing to see how this year's Garena teams would look like up against teams around the world that has already adapted to the Garena style level of hardpoint match. So it's not going to be easy anymore, and you gotta have to find and adapt. And speaking of adapting, right, Stalwart Esports looks to be that kind of team that really adapted to how Elevate plays, but do a little bit better in terms of playing the Search and Destroy with FDX and Jai as their main sniper duo. But yeah, you love to see it that the World's format is now back to where it usually could have been for the past 2 years. Because, like, there is no way that you're not going to be putting you're not putting a double elimination format for the past 2 years when all of these teams prepared for this moment for the whole month, for the whole year. So just having one bad day during the playoffs just really ruined your chance of winning. So at least Here this time, we got a double elimination playoff format, and that really rewards teams that could have had a bad day on their upper bracket quarterfinals, but then find their way back into the grand finals by taking everything at the lower bracket. And one great example was the 2022 Tribe Gaming team was Neptune.
Yeah.
They lost
Yeah.
up against Wolves. They lost 2 and 3 on the upper bracket quarterfinals. And after that, it was just cash from them, right? They took down Stamina Esports, Omega Esports. They took down Wolves as well on the lower bracket semifinals. And the next thing you know, they took down Inco Gaming and Luminosity Gaming on the map number 7 at the grand finals. And that's where all the iconic game actually came into play. And that's where Vague absolutely put in one of the most notable statement ever after that championship. But we're not gonna say that here no more. Let's just put that on to rest, because now we're moving into our next game up ahead, which is going to be Team Star Magic going up against Ace Gamer Esports, and a lot of notable plays coming through for the whole squad yesterday. But AG clearly was the bigger factor on why they won the first 2 maps. 58 kills during the Ascenda Hardpoint and a 24 kill performance on the Coastal Search and Destroy.
And for those wondering what the score lines is from yesterday against Stalwart Esports, so the Hacienda was 250 by TSM against 234, it's very close, as well as a 10-8 on that Coastal Search and Destroy. So it was very close between them, but hopefully it would be very close as well between Team Star Magic against Ace Esports, because as you did mention from yesterday, this is where the upset came in for Ace Esports, losing 3 against Scary right now. And if they prepared, if they adjusted that well from yesterday up until today, they will be able to flip the script and meet up with those who brought them down lower bracket. So it might be Scary who needs to be a little bit scared at this point, but not too much, so that they will be bringing their A game once the next battle happen. But let's focus more on TSM against Ace right now. And I know we've seen them played out on the group stage from before, but when you look at the maps, current maps right now, is there a repeat that we are expecting from these teams?
I mean, looking into yesterday's performance, I feel like TSM just wants to run it back again. Ascend the hardpoint, raid control, but a little bit of a difference in the map pick on the Search and Destroy here is going to be Tunisia on the map number 5. Interesting that Coastal is going to be played here by Ace Gamers, but if we try to work it back and look into how our group stage came into play for the Garena Regional Qualifiers 2025, they were actually the ones playing on the Group B standing, right? It was a top 2 for the boys from TSM. Then Ace Gamer went in top 3, where they barely escaped. Only a difference of 1 point between them and Thanatos and the Team Ninjas. But yeah, if we go back into what happened between TSM as well as the boys from Ace Gamers, it definitely was a close game on the Tunisia Search and Destroy, which is going to be a repeat if we go into a map number 5. But apart from that, that's the only map that really is that's the only map that really repeats here in this tournament and in this matchup right now. So everything's pretty new for these 2 squads.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, as a recap, as Kali already broken down what happened. Hardpoint, between these 2 teams, Hardpoint was played in Slums, SND has been played in Tunisia, and Control was played in Takeoff. And 1 out of those maps are the only ones in the 5 that we have right now. So this might be a little bit of a good sign for Ace Gamer. But as we look at the head-to-head right now, in terms of average kills, Sugus as well as Freezy, it's a little bit tied. But the number of wins, so it's more of the wins as well as the win rate is more of a team effort compared to the average kill of each player. So hopefully they have worked out that chemistry as well as the team effort on this day, or preparing for this day, so that Ace Gamers or Ace Esports can get a head up again, or a 1-up against TSM. But I guess Hacienda is not waiting. Your mansion is here, Sir Cal.
Oh yeah, here we go. We'd love to see some gameplays on it. A ton of chaos once the team load up into this match. And I'd like to say that, it's going to be a rough hill climb for Ace Gamers, because if Stalwart Esports struggled up against Team Star Magic on this map, you are bound to do a lot more damage to be taken here. So you got to prepare yourself for one of the
Oh,
most chaotic games you're gonna see, because if then Yato AG pops up once again, that's how you know this game is gonna spiral out of control. So Ace Gamers better have something in their lineup to make sure that they counter the boys from Team Star Magic as we load up into our map number 1 in this series. Winner advances and will be facing Scary later on today.
Yeah, so whether it's chaotic or poetic, it's up to the teams right now to bring it on. And Team Star Magic is already bringing the magic to their side. And even as they haven't taken so much of second floor, they step into that P1 just to make sure that they get ahead against Ace Gamer. But that's not the usual tactic that we see from the other teams. Most of them are just heading second floor, clearing it out, not even giving the first few seconds into that P1. But TSM just know it quite well that they can do it against Ace right now. Not given even time or any point. It looks like a full 50. I wouldn't say 60 because they're missing out a few numbers, a few points already.
Here we go. It's looking pretty good. And so it's just, again, P1, it's going to be a great measure of how teams are really going to dominate. So TSM having 31 points out of the 60 is definitely going to be quite alarming for Ace Gamers, but you still got a chance to try to make the push all the way through. You're going to make that late rotation, and you're going to try to play through rocks, and Freeze is going to be there waiting for the opportunity to shut down this players, the 2Ps. Make that a 3 elimination for the side of Team Star Magic as they completely flip the spawn for Ace Gamers.
Name is Freezy, but he's not frozen overall. He's warmed up, is bringing in a roll. Now let's see though if Yato can do the same thing. Going in a one spree, try to go for a follow-up, but C1 says no. Now it is a turnaround being done by Ace Esports, Ace Gamer at this point, and will they be able to catch up with the 39 points that TSM has already brought in? Freezy right now with a War Machine, but no conversion happening. Apart from that, being taken down as well by Kato's grenade and War Machine reply.
Oh, nice kills from the War Machine, but not enough defense. He just put a lot of players inside of the point right now as Team Star Magic continues to really light things up on the feed. You got Yato with 10 elimination, Freezy surprising with 12 despite being the AR in a very SMG-driven map like Ascenda. So now it's all about that rotation. P2 to P3 is where we go, and Team Star Magic got 54 points while Ace has got 23, so they're not exactly that far off. They're just one hill away from really striking back, so they gotta need to get something better out of this P3 right now, with Ace definitely struggling in terms of keeping up the gunfights. You need your operators to come up value here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, similar to what we've seen earlier, the operators, yes, if it's available, it's good. But if you won't be able to time it quite well and get important kills, then it is for nothing. So it seems like AG is trying to take advantage of that. And there you go, a little bit of electricity action coming from that Tempest, but he doesn't survive that well. And Freezy is trying to fight back against those teams of Ace, who's already taking point, but they have already brought in so much. 7-3-26 and still rolling to see TSM's favor.
Yeah, Ace Gamer is definitely really struggling to find their way in, but at least they're trying to take this scrap time, which is really as important as they're trying to break the opening break on the next hill. Just trying to get at least about a spark plug just to put yourself back in the game and feel the adrenaline going through. So now that you've scored that, you're only down by 37 points. So now you're just gonna have to try to take away a little bit of a control over the garage, but you're gonna need to be meeting Yato there, who's gonna be playing right through the spawns. And they do shut down a couple of gunfights early in this wave, and they are gonna clear out the first one. So now TSM, they should be the first 20 seconds over their side. Now with their operators available, that should put a little bit more pressure onto Ace Gamers.
Denver Sparrow has been taken down, but managed to get a kill as well. But Freezy is on a roll with double already against Kato and the gang. Now, Freezy still with this War Machine. Will he be able to take down a Nawin? And no, he was beaten to it. Or no, he was the one who is able to take it down. Now, Sugus steps into the hill, going in with his Sparrow and trying to block anyone from TSM. But C1 says, say hello to my little friend. Death Machine bringing or brought in to the battle. But will they be able to take hold of Scrap Point right now? Because despite of only a few seconds, this is important for them to close the gap.
Really important. I tell you that. The only reason why Ace Gamers are still in this game is because of those scrap time. They built up 30 seconds out of that in the first 4 hills, so now you're gonna need to really find your way in to try to break the mid 30 seconds of this hill. Because right now you're definitely in a nice position to really strike away from Team Star Magic. who's definitely trying to play a bit more slower of a pace. Ace Gamers slowly trying to get themselves back in this game, but Team Star Magic now really backing the point, doing business. This P1, definitely one of their Mun Hills on the first hardpoint rotation.
Talk about adaptability. I mean, Ace Gamers trying to do what TSM did earlier, stay in the hill and trying to take down those on the second floor. But just so happened the TSM is a little bit more successful earlier, and Ace Gamer is still struggling on their work, on their approach at this point. Yato with equalizer managed to take one, but no one else to see, so he is scrambling and might be seeing Sugus. He goes for a flank right now, go for U-turn, and might see Kato in this play, and there goes the third one, but it's about to expire, and it's up to AG right now to bring the heat, but he wasn't able to pull out his operators at this point, and Josh clears out Garage.
Here we go. It is going to be Josh with the 3-piece and AG from the back. The Rat is just taking so much meat. 3-4 elimination. And another one up against C1 with Chief. But they've already done the damage here on this P2. And Josh still has the death machine. He's still not yet down. The War Machine invested inside of the point. The white control, definitely a lot of damage done for Ace Gamers. And look at the scoreline right now. It has basically doubled just because of that first 30-second hold right there. Eventually building up to the EMP system. Here is TSM. You got Shadow just trying to earn their way back in with the War Machine to melt the defense inside, but even the pinch does not even work. TSM is now stepping on the gas pedal.
Yeah, they are pedal to metal right now and no brakes at this point. And seems like even the Spawn Trap King himself, AG, is triggered and he wants to continue on this roll on his pre. But 185 to 70. More than 100 points in the lead. TSM looking like stars at this point, but they will need to end this into the next one or even more. But seems like Ace Gamers is hanging back a little bit more, not even surviving most of the fight on that next hill. And it is tough though, for seeing TSM not crossing through. They're getting all those kills, but not so much important to break as well as to capture the points.
Yeah, Freezy and the crew, again, just finding so much value on their score sticks and their operators. Freezy with the 3-piece with the Hunter-Killer drone from those two guys that just attack through thin. And Ace Gamers definitely find the breakdown. They do shut down the wave, but TSM only needs a couple of more points to win this game right here. So you need to play a little bit more perfect just to get right back inside this game with C1 getting Predated out of the game. That completely melts the defense around the point. And now here comes the next wave for Team Star Magic. The push through inside is going to be successful. Ace may have had the high ground advantage, which they turn into a big opportunity to take the control around the point. Unfortunately, still relentless is Team Star Magic. They take away the scrap time while also settling down for the next.
And I don't want to give even the scrap time right now, and next hill will be prepped for TSM. Freezy on the War Machine. No, time's running out. Doesn't have so much. AG for a double with the Pretty. And Freezy right now steps into the fray, taking down Sugus and the rest of the team. Good gatekeep being done by Freezy at this point. Just buy so much time for the rest of the teams to take those hills. Now, only a few seconds remaining, a few points remaining for TSM to end it. But we're still seeing a fight for Ace Gamers. The only question is, can they bring the king down, or will they just be the jesters in this battle?
Oh man, it's just one more point for the win, and Team Star Magic giving another 100-point club for the side of Ace Gamers. And yeah, just another day of business here for Team Star Magic. Not exactly sure how Hacienda got into the map pool, but it is what it is. Just gotta have to work through the next match, which is going to be the SND. That's how you're going to find your way into this series. But talking about how they done it, I felt like Ace Gamers did a pretty good job contesting on the scrap time on the first rotation. But when these boys from Team Star Magic decided to pull up and get a lot of the pacing in their favor, the cycle around the point, that's where it kind of break down for Ace Gamers.
Exactly. I mean, I guess the option, the choice of Hacienda is questionable, especially after seeing what happened from yesterday. But I guess they're trying to get away from the first instance that these teams has met each other, and we mentioned that earlier when we were looking at the map pool. But it's just unfortunate, just also that Team Star Magic seems like an ace in this game, and Ace was brought down to just a deuce. So, well, let's see though if they can fight back on that S and D later on, because as you did mention, there are a few weaknesses that we might see from some of even the strongest team in the respawn. So this is one thing that we want to see. But as a highlight rolls over, it's just operator skills being used, but the timing of usage is being capitalized by TSM.
It's just an absolute massacre that we just witnessed in this game, and unfortunately for Ace Gamers, just could not really find their way to break around the hill. And it's fine that they want to stack around the point, right? But you gotta have to control lanes, and you gotta fill 3 lanes just to be able to make the attack possible and more efficient for your squad. But again, you're just getting beat around the spots where you are wanting to be in, and you're being cut off so much that you lose track of the pacing of your team, and overall the comms might have been messy for Ace Gamers after that match, because Freezy, your MVP, just dropped in a 53 bomb as an AR, and this guy really has been frying it as well when he's playing with a Search and Destroy up against Team Star Magic, up against STE. You know, he was really lighting things up and making a moment of his own, and that's how this team definitely will look to try to become a main weapon later on today. This is just map 1. We got 2 more maps to go.
Yeah, definitely. Freezy has frozen the opponent on their toes right now, and well, it seems like Ace Gamer had a lot to think about, especially in the respawns later on Control. But right now, the focus would be on Search and Destroy. Now we'll see if there's a little bit of fight that would be brought in by Ace Gamer, because as we look at the numbers, as we look at the historical record, they didn't manage to get any win when they fought against each other. But in terms of elimination, it's quite close, only 5 difference in terms of kill in Tunisia. But we're not talking about Tunisia. That would be for game number 5. We are looking at Coastal for the first S&D between these 2 teams.
All right, here we go. Coastal, I mean, it seems like Ace Gamers do really want to take this one away. But the only problem I got here, Uncle Neptune, is that Ace Gamers just literally pick a Coastal where TSM won up against the boys from Star Wars Esports. And yes, we could say that might not be a map favorably for the side of Star Wars Esports. It was still a very amazing fight that AG was able to put up with this team, but maybe we saw something from Ace Gamers that maybe Ace Gamers saw something that we don't as we enter this map number 2. But more specifically, maybe they just want to isolate AG, who's just playing around the middle. So if they can cancel out AG, they could win this game, especially that they start on the attack.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, hopefully it's the second point that you mentioned. They are seeing something that we haven't, especially as they went against or win the battle against Stalwart Esports from yesterday. And it's either that or they go in against the team where they previously played. So it's a choice of either or. So let's see now of which one would answer our question as we look at the head-to-head right now in terms of average kill. And similar to what we've seen in a Hardpoint earlier, it's quite balanced in terms of average kill. It's more of the win that is favoring TSM, and Josh, as well as the rest of the teams, has managed to win 75 times in these games. And for C1 and Ace Esports is not so much. So Coastal right now, Sunset City, I would say, would be brought in to the game. The only question is, which team would go Sunset?
Here we go. I hate it when you say Sunset, because I've seen one team Sunset already. It's my favorite team. 3 Evil Dragons. Unfortunately, their run has come to an end, but I want to see more games extended here. We just can't see 3 maps be played and it's done and dusted, right? We got to see... Okay, we finally see it. Ace Gamer has won map number 1. Congratulations! I'm just saying. I'm just kidding. But we'll be right back into this game. Maybe a bit of a trouble that we get to see here. But talking about how do you even want to play Coastal? Well, it's just very simple. If you try to take a look at this layout from this map and you look at firing range, it's very much the same. It's all about the simplicity about playing this map. You know, you just gotta have to make sure that you get to stack A or B side while also maintaining that mid-map control. So you just need to get a bit more of a protocol, a bit more complex firing range protocols moving into this map. But yeah, it's still the same. a lot of wall-bangable spots. You have to work with your snipers to win the opening picks. But
Yep.
during the post plans, that's where the SMG and the shotguns will be shining.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as you pointed out, it's quite similar. The only difference is instead of a 2F, you have an underground to work with. And instead of open spaces, you have narrow alleys as well to work with, or compounds to work with in this game. So its approach is similar, but the tactics, the techniques, is even the communication would be quite different at this point. So hopefully they can carry over what is similar from firing range into this specific map, and then they can bring a different twist, I would say, for this battle, because we are expecting that Ace would bring an ace up their sleeves against TSM. But you know how it is, magicians are different. Even with different several aces, they can even pull out a card that would beat them. So let's see if this is something that Ace gamers can flip the script over. Otherwise, TSM might take two already.
Here we go. First bloods do matter a lot on this map. And it's all about the mid-range action here coming through for Josh as well as C1. Now that main street battle between the snipers are going to dictate whether it's going to be the snowball between Team Star Magic or Ace Gamers. But looks like we're going to default coming through. Freezy deals the first blood. Yaddle going to be extending out with the R9. And exactly the weapon you want to have of choice in this game, but okay. You want the R9 to put a lot of damage here. And so AG decides to put it to good use, but only for Sedek to be able to get the kill.
It's in. The only remaining is 4 players. Let's see if the XM4 would be a much more viable weapon compared to the R9. Oh, and well, he's going in slowly into the den where Ace Gamer is going for that fight. And there goes takedown against Anawin. Information has been revealed. He backs away, double back, and now ready for another battle. Grabs that HS0405 and might be able to take down Sedek, but 33 seconds on the clock right now. It's tough to beat, especially for multiple opponents.
But only if we see these players just really earn the right direction. And there we go. I was saying it, Sugus will take that kill. And I mean, Ace Gamers just really had a bit of a greater chance of just hitting that, because AG and Yaddle was missing shots with that R9. Maybe that might not be the best weapon of choice when it comes to playing around the map, especially when you got an HS available with the high BSA in terms of like the stat line, right? But who knows? Maybe there's a slow start coming through for them. We move on to round number 2. We got Freezy. Again, has dealt the first blood earlier. Facing Kato here this time. Right through the ice cream machine. He pops in, almost takes the kill. But Kato will survive, as that's only granted a hit mark. But they do got information that there's a team set up around the A side right now.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, 2 players on the A side. And there goes Frizzy! Still another hit mark being shown. And, well, at least Tin and AG is making a point right now. And AG with R90 might be seeing Anawin on the flank. Now, who's going to win? Would it be a double pump, or would it be that HS? How? It's just up to timing, and Anawin spots him with a sidestep.
Oh, nice shot right there. Always able to lurk. Is the Anawin, the Skywalker. Always got the force around with him, but they gotta have to pick up the bomb here. Only 54 seconds remaining, and they'd be in charge. They'd be putting Anawin in charge with trying to carry that bomb over the A side, which would be pretty tricky. But for as long as you got a crossfire hit here, right now Tin is actually gonna be pinched. And you're gonna have to pick your poison. Where do you want to take the damage? Right now, Sugus is the first one he spots.
There goes.
Swings in, Kato goes, but he could not eliminate Tin. Right now, who finds the double? And also all down to Anawin, the Skywalker, to clutch this 1v2. He plants that bomb, but that's a 2-stack coming through A-bar.
Yeah, well, a deed has been done thanks to Tin. The only question is, will Anawin drop the ball on this one? I know he has the prowess. He has the capability of going in. There goes Josh. Yaddle, the only one remaining in a 1v1. Time's running out. Which are you going to prioritize? And there goes Yaddle for a hit and the defuse. Objective win for TSM.
Oh, that's crazy, because like Yato did not even dance right there. He just went in for the prone. He did it like it's an SMG, but you'll take it. You get the clutch right there. And that's TSM tying things up.
Take it for an old guy who doesn't have so much of movement. That's one thing that they don't expect If you're going in, like not even sliding, slipping and sliding, then they won't expect that, especially pro. So that's a good move, I would say.
Yeah, that really is an off-guard attack, right? Off rhythm, off angle that he was able to provide. And you saw it, Anowin was just kind of waiting for him to meet at the middle and
Yeah.
right through the upper chest torso, right? He just went in for the prone and could not really hit the shot. And there we go. That's going to be that last round, but here we go. Move on to round 3, and again, bloods are already been taken here. And Yato continues to go in prone. And yeah, he be trying to hit those shots, but a ton of hit marks. Really riddling TSM right now in his first 3. So Ace Gamers are gladly going to take that opportunity to punish them with the round wins.
Yeah, the only question is how much of TSM is willing to take this until they switch weapons. Because I'm pretty sure they can bring in a lot more other than R9 at this point. But, well, if they can make it work probably from this point onwards, then that is something that we would like to see. But Ace Gamers right now know that they can take advantage of the weapon that's the weapon of choice of TSM, and they're going for first blood. The only question would be the follow-up. Would it be a trade or steamroll by Ace Gamers? They've done it on 2 rounds already, except for the clutch that has been done earlier. But we'll have to find out if there's any mix around being done by TSM.
And there we go. The change up right now is just changing the weapon of the heavy users. Yato and AG finally going to be on an HS0405. So a bit more damage that they're able to provide now. And you can see it instantly. Yato getting the kill with no hit marks. He's gonna take a lot of momentum to carry for his team. And just like that, it's a 3v2 situation. Ace Gamers still do need to pick up that bomb. Not exactly sure if AG and the crew has got information whether the bomb has been dropped by a player or just right through spawn. So they're guessing right now what is the best case of action. And Yato gonna get turned on. Yato, again, another guy that guards around the B side. So with him gone, it's now a 2v2 situation.
Well, information has been revealed. The 2v2 that is happening on a 1v1 on both
Oh, no,
sides.
the bomb.
AG has won this part, and AG managed, or Tin rather, on the other side, and AG managed to get the other. And they equalize the score right now on a 2-2. Now, it seems like this is the turnaround that we are waiting for. Them switching over to a different weapon. AG has already pulled out SAHO or HSO, and Ace Gamers will just full stack on Alpha. Now, the only question is, will the defense be that strong, or information can be relayed quite quickly to turn things around against Ace?
Yeah, a lot of wall bangable spots here if Ace Gamers do not take space, but they do now with the shutdown onto Josh. And you're clearly seeing TSM just trying to set this one up right through the base. Nades are being thrown, but not really a lot of value that they're getting there. But they want to play this in multi-angle, and they will not attack. They will not see this attack coming through with Yato able to push through with the shotgun. That's 2 piece. Make that 3. The opening has been made, and only one guy remaining, and that is C1. That sees 1, 2, and the 3.
C1 sees 3.
Which the clutch.
C1 sees 3. Oh my goodness, I mean, C1, good angle to take, good step back as well, and great timing overall. And, well, this is what they need to do right now for TSM. They need to make sure that despite of taking the lead, they take down C1 a little bit early. But I'm not quite sure if that's something that can be repeated or can be replayed by C1. But this is a great motivation for Ace Gamers at this point, and a determination if TSM will try to go for isolation play.
Yato is going to be the first one to contact play this one. Setek, yeah, the first one to fall prey with the HS0405 inside. Anowin the Skywalker trying to win this, but Josh from the China spot gets Anowin down so early on. We got a 2-for-1 trade in favor for TSM.
Yeah, love follow-up from Josh, knowing that, or understanding that the shot's not being made. He gets the angle and go for the takedown. C1 gets close to Yato, but no, a shot doesn't work. Machine pistol between both of them, and C1 wins. Now, Josh might be able to take a shot. No one has been seen on the right side, but Kato would be taken down on the left. Bomb on the ground. C1, the only one remaining. The clutch play that we've seen earlier can be repeated, but I don't think TSM will be lining up and auditioning against this player.
I mean, look at the respect that they're doing. They just want to stack up on one side and just play for a retake because they know it can really be troubling for a sniper like C1 to be out there and going for those 1v1 gunfights. He's gonna win that any day. And that's how capable he is. And watching the instance where he just took down 3 players in that last round, you wouldn't want to take your chance for the second time. You're fighting for round wins here, and you're on the defense, and you're supposed to be the one on the lead. But Ace Gamers has done a really great job playing this attack side. And we'll look to try to punish you in the next round. But here we go. C1 finds the first one.
Oh no!
But Josh just threw the back. He did not spot it anyway at all. And that will be an easier retake for TSM.
Yeah, not quite sure if Josh has been seen, but it seems like it's a miss for C1 at that point. He could have slid back and hit Josh on the right, whilst the left side will be open. And, well, it's C1 just not clutching it once again. It's difficult, though, especially with the spread that TSM has made in the final moment. But if they went one angle, lined up, that could have been a 3-1 shot against C1. But C1 will try to go and take first a frag, but unfortunately misses that shot.
Here we go. It's going to be Ace Gamers again. Look to try to attack through mid-bar is the question. Freeze is going to be isolated here. He's going to be a big problem, but Sedek actually do take himself out, and Freeze makes a play around mid, so that A-bar hit is gone to the Oblivion. And all they gotta trust here is that staircase push coming through from Kato with that sniper, and he jumps. That's already information. Sound Q in for TSM.
Let's see though. Yado waiting. Josh for the takedown against Kato. C1 being waited. Suga steps in first, and there goes a follow-up by Yado. And this is Yado going for a quick 2-play, taking the lead in this search and destroy. 4-1 right now, and I love the patience play that TSM has made in that final moment. Otherwise, like if they were not that patient, they could have been taken by C1 one at a time once again. So they learned that lesson, and they've done it. They made that correction in 2 instances already. But C1 still missing their first blood, and it's just unfortunate for Ace Gamer right now.
Here we go. They got the information. That was a strong A attempt right there. Josh with the security over A bar, so that's 2 eliminations with the pistol. And that's such a huge blow from Ace Gamers. They got no space whatsoever to try to attack this in a full control. Unless Sedek finds a way to try to clutch this on the long A with his teammate Kato. And it's just really faltering apart. They're going to meet Yado here once again. He's the first man to contact in this A site. And Sedek will find the players, but they can't line him up. Yato's going to be there with his team to clean it up for the second time. Yato with the double.
Yeah, I mean, he took the same position. He was expected, but unfortunately, that shot up close missed. And there's no time to turn around. Even the backup on the stairs didn't work for the side of Ace Gamers. And, well, we're very close to match point, very close to ending the game as well. Similar to what we've seen in the previous series, but it's up to Ace Gamer to change things around. Now, if Anawin can make the first shot, but unfortunately, he is the first one to go. And Sedek, though, responds with a double. Josh would be hit, but a Mark would only start it off before pulling out that machine pistol.
Here we go. Let's see how this is gonna go. Oh, man. Fast place there for Ace Gamers. Gotta have to go through it quick. Again, they have one more round to come back from this. And you gotta have to, again, trust your snipers from really finding you this first bloods. But honestly, you know, it has all been a different case here in this coastal map. It's a complete opposite for both these teams. Yato with the shotgun. You had Anawin with 7 with that shotgun as well for the other side. And now shots being fired here for TSM. The hold on to the A site actually finds them 2 eliminations for both squads, actually. So the pivot might just be towards the B side here this time.
Let's see, though. I mean, a little bit slow down in terms of pace being brought in. And as we look at Yado already on the flank, they might be able to meet up with Anawin. Well, you know Anawin on that HS04. As long as you get close, you might be taken down. But we've seen a lot of upset already in here, either in a sniper or a shotgun. And C1 would try to start it off. And finally, Josh, a shot from C1 would land, turning the tables, favoring Ace Gamers.
Here we go. Yato and the crew looking, yeah, it's a very different spot, unless Tin actually decides to white pick that, but unfortunately, they do not get that information. They still haven't yet to clear out the B side. Anawin is still here. Anawin can make the plays. Yato has scored his spot from dot range. Are you serious? From that range, he took down Anowin. And now everything is falling apart for Ace Gamers. The tables have turned. A 1v2 now for C1.
Let's see. C1, again, another clutch potential. We've seen him hit, we've seen him miss. The first step is to see them first. Now, C1, hearing the bomb, but not the footstep. He knows the information, but the only question is what move to take. Would he be sliding or taking a shot? But no, Tin hits him from the prone, and match point for TSM.
I mean, I'm still lost for words on what just happened there from Yato. I mean, that was such a far range that Anowin was just sitting tucked behind it, and he still got that kill. And
It's the
that
swing,
was really
bro.
the difference. It's
The
yeah,
swing.
I mean, yeah, Yato is just that guy. What in the
Oh,
Garena thinks. He's the inventor of that, but now here comes the full push. C1 needs to
Ooh.
make the kills work here, but unfortunately, does not get anything. He's got some information to work around with, but Ace Gamers needs to try to set this thing up properly. To win this retake, they need to be perfect. If not, it's map number 2 in favor for TSM.
If I'm not mistaken, C1 is 0 for 4 in that place. But Tin right now taking out Sedek in a follow-up on Kato. Josh managed to go in for 2. Now only 1 remains. C1 will be C none, and there goes the win for TSM in the Search and Destroy.
Oh man, that was a great play coming through for Team Star Magic, and again, 10 definitely caught my eye with this one. I mean, I thought that the play that he did from yesterday's matchup against SDE was a fluke, but it seems like it's not, right? He really has leveled up to be a bit more proactive in terms of playing Search and Destroy, where he knew for sure that coming into this year, that is one of his worst modes to play around with, and he's getting fully used to it, dropping a 2.0 KD along with Yato and even taking the highest impact on the map. And that's really, you know, how the evolution has come into play for the whole TSM in general. Like Tin stepping up, although AG definitely had a rough start. Freezy could not hit any shot. Tin and Yato was just enough for them to really take this one home.
Yeah, there's one thing. I mean, as an uncle, I often say this: old dogs can still put up new tricks, and that's what Tin is doing right now. I know he's part of the uncle squad. I'm not talking about the team, but the age is somewhat in there, but he still has something to bring in this fight. Not only the knowledge, but also the gun skills. And this is one thing that we want to see more, especially not only from Tin, but the entirety of TSM. And if they can bring this forward, not from this series, but also for the following series and on their way, if they can step into the grand finals, I would love this star really shine and bring the magic into the game.
I mean, at this point, I don't really care who's going to be the top 2 teams that we're sending into Garena, whether it be Stalwart, Elevate, or TSM, because I know for sure that whoever wins it deserves it right now. I mean, you've got to really lock it in because everybody really looking to try to redeem themselves, and one of the teams definitely is Team Star Magic, who we know for sure have been there at the biggest place, at the top place, but fortunately for the past few years have not really earned it up. But here they are with the redemption season and might just potentially do it after the performance from Stalwart Esports, and here up against Ace Gamers. 2 more maps to go, and Yato taking home the MVP with 12 kills in a 2.0 KD.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Yato has did a lot of, I don't know, I mean, questionable plays, especially at the beginning of that Search and Destroy, but switching over to an HSO 405 made it work for them. Even the prone gameplay done twice didn't surprise the team of Ace Gamers. So that's just how TSM is working it out right now. 2-0 right now on the series, and I would love Ace Gamer to really show up on Control, because I know that they lost against this team, but it's different map. If they can stretch it a little bit longer, then that would be a breath of fresh air for Ace Gamer, that they're not losing out on Donut.
That has to be it. I mean, I feel like I want to put up more fight for Ace Gamers because I feel like they're really capable. Like S&D Control, I feel like they're the most capable of doing so. Maybe not on the hardpoint department, but knowing that this Ace Gamer squad has got the talent, has got the experience and the veteranship to do that, I feel like Raid Control could be the map that they could potentially win, but it only will have to be reliant on the performance of, again, the sniper that both teams will be deploying here. And Ace Gamers, Kato has really been underperforming with the sniper. Maybe we could see him with the Type 63 here. And yeah, he really needs to step things up so that the backline is going to be strong and the front line can just push on whatever position that they want around the map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Overwatch information gameplay that would be on the shoulders and responsibility of the sniper, and it's pretty much like if you can put in early damage, if you can put in early damage and leave it for the rushers to pull through and go for the follow-up, then that would make it work, especially in control where in lives really matter. Gamer lives really matter at this point in control. So 30 lives from both sides. The only question is who will be an attacker and defender. But we know how it is. With so much control that the teams has played already, regardless if this is a defense-oriented mode, they have flipped the script overall. And we don't know entirely who's going to win this, especially if they played it well.
Let's see how it goes. Kato will be deploying a Type 63 here more than a sniper, so that is going to be a really interesting take on how they are going to try to bring this again. Map number 3, Team Star Magic, only one map away from advancing to the lower bracket semifinals. Ace Gamers, this is the start of the comeback. If they want to go for a reverse, it will take quite a bit of a hard fight, but nothing is earned easy. You gotta get it the hard way, and they started all off with the first 5-kill metric in their favor.
Yeah, well, nothing is given at this point, and everything's being earned by Ace Gamers in this battle. Only losing 2 lives and still going for the capture. But let's find out what response TSM has to offer. There goes the first hit by AG. There goes a couple more, but a trade has already been done. The lead is still on Ace Gamer, and the first stick is also being captured on Alpha. Now, AG is trying to do his best to control Alpha as much as possible, but Kato brings him down, and that is the end of that long halt. But it seems like Ace Gamer still wants to bring it on just to make sure that they have enough lead to bring TSM down in this first round.
Yeah, and Anowin and the defense is definitely a bit more decisive here. Right now for Team Star Magic, they're really looking lost in the space. Doing a lot of damage here is Ace Gamers, and that really is going to be the difference maker right now for them. With only 28 seconds remaining, they're going to send back another wave, pushing through the ring. Side is going to be Ace Gamers, Anowin with 8 eliminations. And that is going to be the name of the game for them, as this guy can deliberately put in the blender for the side of TSM, and they continue to cut them off. And no signs of fight back happening for TSM right now. They're just desperate and just trying to get a tick into the A side to stop that capture and the clock from winding down.
Yep, TSM is feeling the slice and dice and being put in the blender with only 6 seconds remaining, as well as 6 lives in play. Well, either way, they need to make it work. Otherwise, it will be the first point being taken by Ace Gamers, and Preezy will be able, or they will be able to take down Kato as well as Sedek, but Soga's responds onto Josh. Only 3 remains, and time has stopped to 5 seconds. If Freezy will be taken out, then that would be it. But if they can clear this out, then it will be good in terms of time, but no time can give you so much firepower, especially with that number from Ace.
Yeah, Ace Gamers are right back inside this game right now after the deliberate and convincing dominance coming through that round number 1. And having to allow Anowin and Sedek to just really destroy the players of TSM on that B side hit is all that it takes for them to get right back into momentum to this side. Now we move on. This time it's TSM holding down the defense. Kato will have the War Machine invested right through the B side, but only able to get 1 kill with it, so not a lot of value there. And look at the response coming in for TSM. Whatever you can do, I can do better. They win the first 5. Exactly what happened in round number 1. Just the situation flipped. The Tims actually just mirroring each other right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the script that we have most of the time in control. A team who, if one team managed to lose out on the other, once they switch side, that's when they can find a winning formula. So TSM right now is going for the winning formula. They're the one in defensive, and this is what we often see in control from the past. But we'll see though if there will be any changes, especially if TSM wins this and flip the script later on. But it seems a little bit quicker than expected. 22-9. This is the lead that even Ace Gamer couldn't put out earlier. With only 17 seconds remaining, no stoppage of the time, and every time they step in, they are being brought down. But finally, there goes C1 onto Bravo. Even Kato is already in there, but Tin will try to go for the spray. No prayer is needed, especially for this uncle. And he goes down though. Its damage has been done. Only two teams or two players remaining in 7 seconds, and TSM will grab 1 point.
Yeah, 17-0, plus 17. If I'm not mistaken, is going to be a bit of a problem for Ace Gamers once they go back into another defense. It will really make you question that if we lose this defense, we're going to be in trouble when we're on the attack. So you just can't let that mentality just get you. Just gotta have to focus on the present and work your way up here. You're up right now on the defense. You're already doing pretty well. And you just gotta have to replicate what happened on that first set of defense that you did, where Anowin and Sedek just went ballistic. And unfortunately, yes, you're not going to win a perfect round, a perfect map right here. You gotta have to fight through. And right now, it's going to be TSM trying to bring that damage on the mid-map with Crazy fighting the double. So now they're extending through the kitchen side, which brings a lot of problem on the map control for Ace Gamers.
I guess this is what they have been waiting for. I mean, despite of losing the first game, winning the second, they have brought in the operators to bring so much of damage. But damage is even the gap between the lives is not so much this time around, despite of the hot start being brought in by Freezy. And even Ace Gamer has operators of their own, and Sedek right now, no use of operators, good enough. USS on his hands would be deadly, and he's trying to bring that death all throughout. Unfortunately, Yato brings him down, but the battle is still being led by Ace Gamer at this point, and no ticks being taken by TSM.
Here we go, number 2. In yellow, he needs to shut down that guy that was holding the death machine, and that was really important for Yato to just really dismantle that push on the A side right now. But Kato has really done his job at holding the B side and just needs to win this casual gunfight onto Freezy, which do provide them more map control now as they look to try to spawn Team Star Magic on the generator side. So they're being funneled and they're being countered right now. So Ace Gamers are really doing a great job at just putting a lot of the big brain plays coming through their side, but the gunfights definitely are falling off right now. And look at TSM, able to get on by on the A side, and I know there's only 15 seconds remaining. They did won the gunfight on the kitchen, so if you do not stop this push right now, Ace Gamers might be in trouble.
Yep, definitely. I mean, as we look at it earlier, I know that TSM has a little bit of lead and pull out the operators, and what Ace Gamer is deny them of that use. Just making sure that lives would be quite even between the teams, and it's quite pristine from what we've seen in Ace Gamer. With the capture slowly being done on the Alpha, if this time would be extended, it might be a turnaround that can be done by TSM, despite of them losing out on so much, but no! It just so happened with 7 lives as well as no time to work with. It is Ace Gamer grabbing their second win. One more to go for Ace Gamer to go in for this mode, but I don't think TSM will give it up that easily.
They can sense it most heavily. They're close. They're just one round away from forcing a hard point. Map number 4. But then again, the problem is I don't think they have much sticks that they can rival TSM, so they better make sure that they get the capture on the A side right away to just make sure when that round number 5 opens up, perhaps they're going to be ending up on the defense, which is currently their bread and butter. And at the moment, that's one segment already done here for Ace Gamers, and nothing is really going to stop that when only 2 guys is actually playing around the A side hit. Well, you got TSM just really trying to play for a spawn trap right at the moment.
Let's see though if they can go for that spawn trap and probably increase the lead that they have in terms of live. But the final tick will be captured by Ace Gamers, and the pressure will be onto that Bravo. Now the only question is, what plan does TSM have to stop Ace Gamers in going for another one? Because they have the advantage on the defense, but it seems like it's not too much this time around compared to the last time we saw them when they like on the second round of this game when their roles has been switched.
Yeah, here we go, and AG going to make sure that they're going to be stopping that mid-map push for now. That's really been where the damage has been dealt with. And spawning, again, Ace Gamers on the generators is how you're going to try to make sure the map control is a whole lot better for your squad. But then again, you might want to really just stop doing much more map control because Ace Gamers are exactly at the kitchen spawns, and I know for sure that they're gonna try to make a spawn trap happen to work their side as well. And once they're able to push up that laundry side and nobody wins that gunfight, that might mean trouble. But when AG is playing this one through the gym side and giving this team a tough workout, yeah, you don't really got to work for that spawns anymore because this guy is unstoppable. 5 kills straight here in the spawns, and nobody really answering for Ace Gamers right now. Hello? We're waiting for a call. We're waiting for the answer. Ace Gamers still nowhere near to be seen. They're driving away from AG. They're right from the back still, doing a ton of damage in the impact of this round.
Yeah, you know how it is. Like, not a lot of people loves to go to the gym. So that's the reason why AJ managed to survive a little longer and managed to bring a lot of Ace Gamer down. Now, this would be, well, the back and forth that we were expecting in TSM, making it a little bit more difficult for Ace Gamer. But the only question would be on the final round after this, because tables will be turned, roles will be flipped, and well, TSM is not a defender anymore, so it would be more difficult for them this time around, and Ace Gamers can take advantage of this unless TSM flip the script, and we'll have to see if that can happen right now, because it seems like the back and forth is favoring Ace Gamers.
Yeah, it does. The defense has been all the moment here for TSM and Ace Gamers, and with Kato having the War Machine here, that should put a lot of damage, and Ace Gamers are gonna win the first 5-kill metric, and nobody really stepping up right now for TSM. Tin, again, back against the wall here, trying to make the clear up happen on the B side. Just got no information enough for him to make the kills here at the moment. And yeah, they've been able to trade it back, but he lost so much here at the moment. And C1 still has got his Death Machine to put a lot of more problems here for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like at least there's a little bit of dividends being taken by Tin from that Sparrow, but he took himself out, and it's such a loss. Now, let's see those operators will be presented this time around the second cycle that the team is playing with TSM for the first capture on that Alpha. Lives is still quite equalized between these two teams, but Josh and Death Machine halfway through the timer, and not even the takedown. Finally, one goes down. That is Sedek, and the flank will be done as well, but it's not towards him, it's away from him, because no one wants to get in the way of that Death Machine.
Yeah, 16 to 17 to the life count, and a bit of a spawn up here for Sogus, but he falls down, and no more laundry control for TSM, so this is dead even. Anowin wins this fight, and now that's a big cutoff. They just stop the push coming through the water side at the moment. Ace Gamers are going to be met with the EMP system, while we see TSM trying to work their way into a B-side capture. Number 2, that's going to be Yato making the play, clearing out the laundry side, but Anowin is going to be on the flank. Nobody knows as he's here, and he's going to stop this push at the moment, but Tin able to get the cutoff, and TSM will make it right in time to make the B-side positioning. Actually, they do come their way with AG just getting stunned. The perfect timing is there as well. This is going to be a 50-50.
Oh, see though, I mean, we still have this guy number 4 named Josh already on point going in for third capture, but Anowin will be taken down despite of having the Tempest, but managed to take one out before that happened. 20 seconds or 22 seconds stop, and Bravo will slowly be captured, but oh my goodness, the denial of that for Bravo, and Alpha now would be the focus of the team for TSM. 4 lives remaining. TSM turning things around, but it is being equalized. Freezy on an operator skill battle, operator skill war right now, winning the gunfight, and there you have it, the capture extension. But will the lives be extended for C1? Will he be able to clutch this, or would it be TSM going to the next and Ace Gamer saying goodbye?
Yeah, C1, the only guy alive remaining here, and Yato's going to be able to push out. TSM managed to come back from the dead and take this raid control home. And that will be booking their tickets to the lower bracket semifinals. Unfortunately for Ace Gamers, this will mark as the end of their journey to the world stage. It was fun while it lasted, and being in an opportunity to again be at least a top 5 team in the world, you know, that really says a lot on this team. But again, only one winner can be taken in a match, and it's one.
Yep.
It's going to be your boys from TSM.
Exactly. I mean, they got us worried a little bit because of that back and forth that has been happening, especially in control. And we know for a fact that if that continues on, the performance is not even that, like, the gap of performance is not even that big. Every time things switch around. And TSM, that final moment, the lead that they have and the pressure that they put into Ace Gamer was the winning condition for them. But I would say that's a little bit risky for my liking. That's a little bit too close for comfort for TSM. But, well, despite of how it is, it's the result that matters. And the result shows it's a 3-0 for TSM against Ace Gamers.
There we go. I mean, I feel like the worst part about that, I mean, Ace Gamers had the most chance of winning that at that round number 5, the overtime, just when Sukus was just really not hitting shots at the end. That was on the defense. He was really doing good on the first 2 defense that he did. He was really frying with the gunfights, but then at that round number 5, the pressure got to him, and losing such key gunfights allowed AG and Yato to really push up around the map, which really costed Ace Gamers the end.
Well, it is what it is. As we often say, as we look at the highlights right now, this is a recap of what happened. And this is evidence that it's very close between them. The only question is, was this intentional? Because in so many instances, a team doesn't want to show their strength, their full strength in every engagement, especially if they can use that as an ace in their pocket later on, especially if they're getting closer to the grand finals, or getting away from the lower bracket run. But AG has nothing to hide. The spawn trap that he did was pristine. The time that he spent to survive was phenomenal. And this is just AG's signature in control or on respawn game. And that makes him our MVP from TSM. TSM AG with 31 elimination, 3,898 on the points. This guy, the spawn trap kid, I would say, has done it again.
I mean, I hate to say it, but this guy really plays like a rat. He knows how to play it ratty, and nobody was even able to realize that he is already from the back. And that's just really AG's playstyle ever since. He was with Blacklist International back in 2022. And more often than not, AG, despite not even playing a couple of months of Call of Duty Mobile, returning to help his little brother's team earn their way up to a grand finals here in Stage 4, has really done the wonders. And when he is really performing at the top level of Snaptune, he definitely is making this team an S-tier level type of team.
Well, you know how it is. You know how it is. You bring in a monster, and you will need to deal with the claws. And this is what AG has brought in. He brought the claws, he brought the fangs, he even brought the horns with him. And that's the reason why he got the 3. They got the 3 wins against Ace Gamers. But there's still a lot more that they need to do. If matches would be this close, especially for Search and Destroy and Control, it would be tough to match this in comparison to who's already in the upper bracket, like Stalwart Esports as well as Elevate Puck. So they need to sharpen all those weaponries, everything that they have right now, to make sure that by that time comes, if that time comes, they would have a great fighting chance. But we've seen it overall. TSM, again, another star in their board.
It's just, again, another opportunity for them to move on to the next stage of competition. They will have their journey continue on today as well, Neptune, as they will be fighting Scary in the lower bracket semifinals, and that winner of that match will be one step closer to advancing to the grand finals. And it's just crazy because, after this day, we only got one more day to determine who will be ending up as our 2 Garena representatives in the world stage. And it's just crazy because we are also the defending champions. And, the quality of the teams that we got, if this was 3 slots that were given to us, we could have had more teams actually joining in the fray and fighting. We could have had more talent here. ABC Esports did not really deploy their main roster because there is only 2 slots. And there is no way in hell that STE and Elevate are going to be taken down by an all-Indonesian squad. I mean, be for real with me here, Boss Neptune, because STE took their two best players. Reef and
Yep.
Clover are already on STE, and Fran is in Seoul Esports. So there's really no way for them to really qualify, having to face a team like Tower Esports and Elevate when your team is just a new squad, a newly formed squad. Really, really difficult.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both the teams that you mentioned, STE and Elevate Puck, they've really sharpened everything all throughout. From the past, there's a lot of mishap that we've seen, like near misses in terms of they could have taken championship overall, but in time as well as in preparation, and this is what you were talking about, preparing for this moment, getting all those talents together in one spot. At some point, it works if it clicks. And for STE, it seems like it's clicking. They managed to grab a championship from GM, and now they are stepping in closer to their next level. Elevate Puck has proven a lot already, and they have shown enough. So to say that they really don't have to chase for number one most of the time, they just have to qualify to those tournaments that really matters, and that's a world championship. They want to take back their throne. But before we go there, our MVP, the guy that can't be moved, Freezy. 80 kills and average goal of 10,081. That is not just for the match, not just in control, but the entire series overall. And this guy really is something else. Every time we see him, there's some magic that's happening for the team.
I hate to say it that this guy really has been with the Call of Duty mobile scene since Garena Masters Season 1, back when he was with C8 Esports and highly regarded as one of the top prospects to become the next best thing, along with WPF Low Kings, now known as Elevate. So Freezy having to be able to finally get a chance to play in a World Championship format is exactly how we want to do it. Freezy definitely going to be a guy that will be relied on the most by this team when it comes to playing Search and Destroy, and he always delivers around that match. But one thing that stands really out the most was his ability to play the hard point today. 53 kills on Adash and the hard point with a team that was held back to only under 100 points.
Yeah, not only the weaponry, but also the usage and the timing of the operator skills. That's where Freezy has emerged victorious most of the time. And that's the reason why he's MVP right now. Brought in a lot of effort in bringing damage as well as helping out a team together in Search and Destroy. So this is a preview of what a team with that much experience, as did mention, from Season 1 up until this moment. And it's tough to say that they haven't reached that peak just yet because as from what you mentioned, he's left out a little bit. But for this moment, this is a chance for them to recover and forget about the past. Just look forward to what you can offer in the future, as well as evolve overall, adjust to your strength, and just work with your weaknesses. And I guess for TSM, they have shown so much already. But before we go to a lot more story, the uncle love to talk. We are going for a quick break. Uncle Neptune and Cal will be back when we return. The final match of the day continues, so don't go away.
Yeah.
てくれ Great homies どんな時もサイドバイサイド止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it go Return the ball Return the ball to precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end てくれ Great homies どんな時もサイドバイサイド止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it go Returnable Returnable to precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back here in the 2025 Garena Regional Qualifiers. My name is Kali. I'm down here with Uncle Neptune, and we are down to our final game of the day. And this game is going to be high stakes. Winner advances to the lower bracket finals. The loser will have to be eliminated. A lot of things on the line here, a lot of pressure as well. And it's only going to be who's hungrier that will take this one home.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hunger as well as motivation. That is what the team is. That's what we're expecting for the teams right now, especially in this final battle for today. It's just unfortunate that 3 Evil Dragons as well as Ace Gamers would be leaving the competition at this point. But you did mention that another team would be left out after this day. So 3 teams eliminated. It's such unfortunate, but it is what it is. It has to happen if we want to go through. But it's one thing that surprised me though, because right now we have 3 days of the playoffs. But once we get into the World Championship, we have 3 days of everything in Katowice, Poland. So this is just a longer example of what's going to happen on that next stage.
And it's just a lot more exciting to do because like the deeper you are in the playoffs right now, the more intense the fight gets. And I was expecting today that I'll be seeing Elevate in STE, but it turns out we're just down here at the lower bracket. So a lot of heartbreaks that we are not ready for, but unfortunately it is what it is. Only the strongest gets to remain in the competition, and one only can be advancing to the lower bracket finals. And TSM looks to be the favorites after dropping a great performance up against Stalwart Esports from yesterday's match, and a bit more of a dominance coming through up against 3 Evil Dragons. So yes, Scary's going to be the underdog here, and they better come prepared.
Yeah, let's see though if they are prepared. But before we proceed, again, a recap of what's going to happen on the World Championship Finals in Katowice, Poland. It would be happening on November 7 to the 9. And on day number 1, 16 teams would be going in for the group stage. And on day number 2, double elimination for 8 teams that would be proceeding. And then on the 3rd day, it's another double elimination final. So I'm loving the format. I'm loving that there's so much of pressure. And you did mention this is just a revival of the past for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship stage. So this is, I would say, it brings a lot of memories, but will also disrupt a lot of tactics that they have prepared for the past few years.
It does. And it's just really going to be less punishing for teams to not have a bad day, right? Especially with the 4-group GSL group that we got here in the day 1 situation, where you're going to be able to prepare for the teams that will be on your bracket. So you get to research and all of those stuff instead of like going into the Swiss bracket elimination format from the past 2 years, where you don't really know who are you going to fight with, because it's all about the ELO rating that you're going to be matched up with. So at one point you would be playing a team like Strut Esports, and the next thing you know, you're playing Wolves. So it's just really rough. A really, really rough thing to do back in this last 2 years. But I'm glad most definitely that we get to see these 4 groups do come back, and the double elimination playoffs make a return. And one thing more than likely is that it's not going to be a +1 map advantage in the grand finals no more as well. So it even gets better than the 2022 format. So if
Yeah.
you are on the upper bracket, you have 2 chances to absolutely defend your position. So it's going to be rewarding this time around for the one who ever ended up on the upper bracket finals for this year's World Championship.
Yeah, definitely. Don't be confused though. We're talking about World Championship Finals or World Championship format. But for right now, we will still have that 1 point advantage, if I'm not mistaken, for the qualifiers. But that will be in the future. That will be for tomorrow. But right now, we're presenting the next teams who will be going in on their final. Well, I'm not quite sure if it's final lower bracket run, but they come closer to a chance to get to the grand finals. It is scary right now. Kramzu, Chroma, Sevio, Mids, Tokyo, and Mamra. We would love to welcome this team back, as well as to see another Sevio Tokyo show.
It's a mirror matchup. I mean, all of these guys have either been teammates with these former players from TSM. So they know how this team plays. They're friends with them as well. So you actually got maybe a 50-50 chance of this making this being a very close fight. So it's just a matter of, are you ready for the next battle, right? So Scary, definitely, they need to be the ones coming in 120% because they're the underdog in this matchup. And if you are Team Star Magic, you already know you're going to be coming in hot, but you cannot underestimate the wrath of Scary, who is definitely looking to try to take their spot into the upper bracket finals. We look into this Team Star Magic squad. Again, a lot of stars in this roster, and one of which was Freezy earlier, who took the MVP, but everybody else in this roster definitely has got what it takes to dismantle any team at this point right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, probably one reason why they are called Team Star Magic, because there's a all-star group, I would say, but they have yet to reach for the skies in terms of moving on to the grand finals. I know they have such great promise, they have such great talents, but in the past they have struggled a lot as well. So hopefully this time around they've managed any problems that they were dealing with the first time that they have been put into one team. So TSM go against Scary. This is a blast from the past, and when I'm talking about a past, it is not only for this competition but also in Garena Masters. So these teams are coming from the same region of MSP, and we'd love to see if there's anything that changed in terms of their performance overall.
And looking into the Team Star Magic squad, I mean, everybody can be a threat. I mean, you saw AG last match up against SDE. You saw Freezy up against 3 Evil Dragons. And the scariest part about that is that Yato even can take home the MVP. And everybody can really do it as well. If you want Tate to step up, he'll really be that guy. But, for sure, pressure is going to be the factor here for these two squads. And the one that can overcome it faster is going to end up on top.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the only question is, would it end faster as well? Because from the previous matches, we've seen a 3-0 from both sides, and right now, the winners are going against each other. But for the map picks right here, Hacienda is no stranger to everyone's, even Coastal, especially from the previous map that we've seen them in, and Raid. And, well, hopefully it's just me, but it seems like a replica of what we've seen earlier. So TSM would have a better advantage, I would think, if this is the case.
It does. It does. Looking into the Hacienda Hardpoint map. But again, it's most definitely a bit different, right? TSM may have fought 3 Evil Dragons today, but this time it's going to be Scary. So you guys have like Mamra and Chroma that can really put in the basing in terms of playing around the point as well. Then you also got Mids with the War Machine and the Sparrow. So you really got a close map number 1 here potentially. But one thing more than likely, I hope that this is not a graphical error, because this really looks to be a map that we could actually see a map 5 June.
Yeah, we will love to see a map 5, because seeing only 3 matches for today, I feel that I want a lot
It's
more,
short.
a little more.
Yeah, there's a disturbance in the force right now, and I don't accept a map 3 ending in this game. It's just unfair.
Well, I don't want to talk about fair or unfair because it's depending on the team. So it's up to them to decide what their fate would be, especially if they bring everything on. And this is one thing that we keep saying, or I keep saying in broadcast. If you put your A game in every match, regardless of who's your opponent, regardless of which stage of the tournament you're in, then you would be able to go in at this point with head up high. Now, well, there you have it. There's
Wow.
something
Wow.
that changes the mood of this game. So, well, I guess that's right because it was similar to what we've seen earlier. But it seems like we are going to start off differently. So, Slums, no Hacienda. We have Tunisia, who has been brought in to second or first search and destroy, and then take off control for today. And if in case it goes to the fourth map, it will be in Summit, and then finally we are going to end it in Corohana Metropolis for map number 5.
Okay, now things have gone a little bit more mixy here. But I like the map pick that we got provided here by TSM on the map number 1. That's Slums Hardpoint. And they definitely saw what Scary had when they were playing up against 3 Evil Dragons. And that was the least of priority to take control of that P1 and P2 on the earlier set. So if TSM could really find a way to snag that one away from Scary, that could really mean problem for,
Mm-hmm.
for the opponent that they'll be playing. But I'm loving what we're going to be heading into right after that map number 1, as we definitely know for sure Tunisia Search and Destroy is one of those maps that Garena loves to play. Whether you
Yep.
are Stalwart Esports or Elevate or even 3 Evil Dragons, you'll always have Tunisia in the map set because that's just really how you cater to the Garena format, where it's just all about rushing, pushing through. So without firing range, this is definitely the map that you want to play.
Mm-hmm.
And we're head-to-head now. Krabzu and Freezy going to be those main players.
Yeah, main players. And in terms of average kill, it's quite close. In terms of win as well, this is now refreshing because uh, average kills is close, win rate is close as well. So we might stretch it over to map number 5 for both of these teams. And, well, it's up to them really to live up to that name, to live up to the promise. The only question is we want to see what the teams has to offer right now. But Kramzu and Freezy, we've seen that all throughout the day, even from the days past. But, well, this is where they bring their A game.
Here we go. We're loading into our map number 1 now, Slums Hardpoint. This will be a real test for how really strong Scary could be and how mentally resilient they will be able to throw into this match as they head into one of possibly the dark horse of this tournament in Team Star Magic, led by AG, a former Stalwart Esports player that has really run things down for this squad and made them one of the best, easily up there to the level of Stalwart and Elevate. Now let's set this game started. This is the playoffs. Lower bracket semifinals. Winner advances to the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, as you can see, everyone's heading onto the P1, and we would love to see, to find out who's going in for the kill. It is all blue on the kill feed, and as quickly as that, they're taking over that P1. Now, Tokyo already on point, but Tin managed to go and break through. The rest of the squad now is trying to get away. AG leading the pack, but only brings them a few of those points, and a 1v1's happening on that P1.
Yeah, Wolves definitely, To's definitely going to try to pick up those shots. AG is a little bit of the underwhelming guy that will look to try to become the better player later on, but you love to see that Scary is absolutely trying to put a lot of pressure on that P1, but a couple of their players actually spun out on that hill onto P2, so that would mean a big problem for them. So they must take care of this last few bits of scrap time on this P1, or even just try to, just fully bulldoze their way into a P2 hill.
Yeah, let's see now. I mean, scrap time will be taken back by Scary at this point, but it pushes the Team SM right now onto that next hill. Now, in terms of anchor, they have all bases covered right now, and with Yato in the lead, trying to stop anyone. No, in spite of him being taken down, there's a lot of damage that has been dealt already, and they're starting the count for this P2. Chroma trying to go and sneak in, but he has been taken down as well. Good position being taken by TSM. That's not giving an inch for Scary at this point.
Yeah, 40 seconds in this round, and what you're seeing is just AG just waiting for the perfect moment to strike on the blue. And they're really funneling down the sponsor to just blue entirely. And that makes it easier for like the War Machine and the operators to just really be popped up and get a lot of wave kills. And that's what Freezy's been able to do with the shots that he's been able to fire in this matchup. This lead has now become ever-growing. TSM with a plus 40 right now and is going to continue to grow even further if we don't see Scary really try to put in the mixer. Because at the moment, they're really just outgunned and out-rotated in this P2.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, all the efforts that they try on P2 has been averted, and it looks like that was a full 60 for TSM. So the lead right now is so high that it's very difficult if Scary can get back. But Sevilla is already on the lead, as well as Anchor Spawn being secured by Team Scary. But will they be able to hold their place? 2 players remain in this hill, make that 3, and there goes the takedown. But Tokyo with the Sparrow, we know how deadly he is. He will be taken by an AG with a God Nade, and that opens up the gate for TSM once again.
Yeah, the Rat is just hitting from the back right through the front with the nade as well. So TSM definitely gonna have to be cut off some slack there. They already flipped the spawn, so now they're about to just ran through the laundry side to just make this push and offer a pinch play maneuver. And that's going to be AG once again, making the play and just stopping Tokyo from really running loose. But the Kramzu equalizer able to stabilize Scary inside, while a couple of their players are just busy trying to get out of spawns and just maybe even trying to chain that P3 into a P4. But unfortunately, AG is there ready to take the damage up, and he's been really frying it up right now with 17 to his name. That is the second highest in this lobby. He's up there with Yado, who's got 19.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Yado already has 20 at this point, and probably even more later on. But Sepio would need to try his best to defend this hill. But Josh bringing the death machine, but not so much of death, and there go the double. And we'll see if anyone can survive Josh cleaning house. All you have to do is bring the duster, and he has dusted away the lives of Scary. And even so, they haven't stopped in going for the capture. So one wrong approach being done by Scare right now can still be averted. And regardless of which path they take, they're being brought down.
Yeah, no matter what angle that they're just using, I mean, it's just always fast for TSM to turn their heads over it and just get the eliminations as quick as they can. He's just going to play the cutoff role here, right through the vans. He's just witnessing all of these players going challenge his way. That's just really a nice power position to be in. And TSM definitely cashing in checks on that P2 to P4 rotation. That is just a straight up money hill that they rob off of Scary, who only took a massive load on that P1 hardpoint rotation. Now we move back into a reset. And again, Scary needs to get right back inside this game, but they gotta survive this hill coming up as where you see the operators as well as the EMP system actually drop into the way for TSM to stop these operators from just cycling in for Scary.
Yeah, again, denial of usage for the operators is one key factor that they can use just to make sure that they can step ahead of this on this game. But, well, unfortunate for Scary, they have been cleared out after a couple of seconds in that P1 recycle. Now, let's see if they can take it back. Here comes Chroma with that War Machine, and let's see if anyone can say peekaboo at this point, because it's tough really to go against this explosive gameplay coming from the team, especially as they are on the catch up in the point. And speaking about catching up, there's a lot of catching up to do.
I mean, and that's just a 70, 80 points that you're going to have to bounce back from. And you're doing time, great time on P1 right now. And you're needing to have the transition to work to your side on P2, but unfortunately, Crazy spawns up on the right side. Josh has got a power position onto this P2, and he's just trying to play his live. Everybody's just turning their heads onto him. He dies, and now you get the spawns for this hill. So that's a nice way for you to transition. Now you're just going to have to bully up the next wave coming through the blue side. It's going to be AG and his crew who look to try to get the attack right through the very, very front with no operators backing them up and nor smokes. This is really a dry peak that they're going into right now.
Yep, definitely. I mean, it's dry enough that they would be thirsty in this fight, but 37 seconds remaining, and Freezy is not thirsty anymore. He's full. He managed to eat up a lot with that War Machine, and AG will try to go for dessert. Now, well, let's go with the Tempest with 1 down, but managed to be taken out by Chroma. 117 to 71. Great comeback coming from Scary at this point, but hopefully it's not too late because 250 is getting close for TSM right now, and despite the scrap points and also massive in this P2, that B3 will be taken a little bit too early by TSM.
It's just a bit of that hill, right? That P2 was just really crucial for Scary to just be right back inside of this game. And at the moment, they're going to be the one late on rotation, but they've done great cushion enough for them to even have the B3 spawn in their favor. So Breezy has got to clear this one up. That will mean trouble because the limited reinforcements do come through for Scary at the moment with the operator from Chroma, the War Machine there to put a lot of pressure inside of the point. That is going to make sure the break is open for 50-50 now. But unfortunately, nobody really there for Scary to really resupply it back around the hill. So Scary definitely gonna have to be able to fight Scrappy here once again. I don't even know what I'm saying no more. Scary just got back inside.
Well, they're back inside. This is the back and forth that we are looking for, especially in hardpoint. And this is how aggressive these teams are, how hungry these teams are. So let's see if Scary can bring this over a little bit better. Because close to 150, they will be only, I would say, less than 40 points below TSM. And if they can turn things around onto that next hill, then it can spell equality in between these two teams. And this is what we expect. With the threat that they put into the other regions going against each other, I know that there's a lot of history, a lot of homework that has been done if in case they see each other again. And Scary seems like they're putting up that play very close to tying it up, but back and forth still happening. The blue would be taking the point.
Yeah, Mama is starting to pick up the pace here. I mean, having it rough early, he's getting outgunned, and you expect him to be the best player when it comes to playing this respawns. He's only got 19, but he definitely has a spark plug that allowed Scary to get right back inside his game right now. And looking into this Kramzu 3-piece, Scary will be able to restabilize this hill if Sebio makes the plays right through the street, but he falls down. So this last 24 seconds is still going to be big time. A huge chunk of time that TSM could pick, and this might be meaning trouble for Scary if they do not get any contest whatsoever.
But I love the turnaround being done by Scary right now. And earlier they're down too deep, but now they're catching up. If they can do it once again, next rotation, it might be going either way. Now still painted purple, I would say, on the kill feed, because it's just back and forth with blue and yellow. The only question is who's going to take this P1 first, because as TSM already reached that double century mark, they're a little bit closer to ending this game. And for the team that is losing on how close it is, that's a great demotivation if in case it happens. But Breezy right now, spray and pray, and still being taking down Mamra at this point, and still anyone's game right now.
Yeah, it's just getting close towards that end line. And at the moment, right, Scary just definitely wants it more than what they did in the first hill rotation. Mamra starting to pick up pace. That's the first kill that he's done in a while. They're going to get flushed here. TSM definitely gonna need to try to put in a bit more pressure for this team, because that out on their side there, Scary's gonna have the rotation on the new. But one player leaks out, that would be Tin. So he's in charge of trying to flip the spawns over. So whenever a teammate dies, they're going to spawn on the right. So Scary, looking to be blindsided on this, is just focusing so much on that P1. And now they are able to spawn out, and that's going to be meaning trouble. TSM gonna be a step closer to winning this, only needing 20 more points to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, TSM looks like they have read and written and highlighted the script in this game. Even the spawns is favoring them, even the nays is favoring them, and Tin managed to get that too. Now it's only a few seconds remaining, 20 points remaining for TSM to win this game, but Scary's not giving up, being able to get that 205 points, but the operators has been pulled out. Even AG can bring in the Tempest, and it's no avail, denies Scary of those points. This is it. TSM would win the game in the first match between them and Scary.
That's just a great sign there for TSM that they can take anybody on any different map, right? Outside of Ashenda, they definitely got slumps in their bag, but that was a very close for comfort type of game that they had to play, because Scary definitely was able to pick up pace right around the second hill rotation. P3, P4, they will look pretty good, and just a matter of losing out on the performance from Mamra who we know for sure can really light things up when it comes to playing respawns. Just going in 25-45, a minus 20 right now in this hardpoint slums is just not definitely what you want to have as one of the main slayers for your team. Gladly, Chroma was able to pick that pace up for him, helping this team at least make it manageable. So unfortunate that they could not just really get themselves together at all with his teammates together to really play, an equal matchup against DSM.
Yeah, let's see though if Mamra will be able to recover, because it's a long run for them and it might end short if this continues for this kid. Because Mamra is, as you did mention, a game changer for Scary and could have been the determining factor on them probably not like going in a full win, but at least get it even closer against TSM, because we've seen TSM play these or each map or each hill in this hard point, and they played it well. It just so happened that some players from Scary is just a little bit more stronger in those CQCs, even in long range. But operator skills, timing have been used from either side in I would say surprisingly pristine manner, despite of how long or how much battle they played in for today. But well, we're talking about pros, so no question that they can go for a long haul.
And your MVP for this map number 1 will have to remain with Freezy from Team Star Magic. Earlier, he had 53 eliminations up against 3 Evil Dragons, if I'm not mistaken, and now had 49 here up against Scary on map number 1. Looking pretty good for him, and expect more gunfights as we enter the Search and Destroy up next as map number 2.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, looking forward to how things will be turned around for the side of Scary at this point, because it's looking scary for the team. There is a chance. This is a final chance for them to be able to move forward one step closer to that grand finals. But if they lose out on 2 already, and despite of how they performed earlier, then this could be damaging for the team as well. So I'm just worried that they won't reach that map number 5. I'm looking forward to them to go for the long haul, for the full stretch, but well, TSM doesn't want to give that chance, or an easy chance for Scary for them to do so.
I mean, there's absolute chance that TSM just want to end it real quick, right, and get this one over with the map that will be coming right up next. Again, Tunisia Search and Destroy will be a Scary map pick, but TSM has had the opportunity to play this map many times, and we know for sure Yato really stands out when it comes to playing around this map. But we're talking about Scary here, and you already had Sebio and Chroma really lighting things up with the sniper. Now you need one of your SMGs to do better, and it has all to be pointed out to Mamra once again. He is going to complete the puzzle here. He is the glue guy, and if he plays and he performs very well for this squad, they got what it takes to really turn it up right here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, equalize on a 1-1 on the series. That's what they're looking for right now. You don't want to be down 2 points already and even struggling later on once you get to control. So you want to be a little bit in lax mode once you get there, knowing that it can go either way. But as we look at the head-to-head right now, Chroma versus Josh. And in terms of average kill as well as win rate, it's quite equalized between these 2 players. And I would love to see both of them perform that well. But, well, Scary is no stranger as well to SND's highlights. So I guess if in case Mamra turn things around, or if the team knows what's happening with Mamra, at least they can cover up for all those their misses and just bring the team up 1 more point.
Now, only one way for us to figure out who's going to be the better S&D team here as we load up Tunisia, Search Troy, and a lot of games coming up ahead where you'll have a lot of moments, and one thing more than likely, this was one of the moments I will always forever share in any broadcast. I will be casting an S&D. 3 Evil Dragons, known as Change World last year, took a map against Elevate in Stage 4 in this map. So if 3 Evil Dragons can take a map up against Elevate, any underdogs can do so. And now Scary, this is going to be your map pick. You're starting on the attack. Gotta be very decisive with how you play it, and the first lots do matter a lot.
Yeah, TSM, well, they're playing a full stack in mid, and unfortunate for them, no one's heading in. And the focus would be on Alpha, and Winery would be taken by 2 players. So hopefully, information will not be revealed that easily, and even Josh can get that first pick. But no, it was Chroma for the hit against Josh, and this would be rushed by Scary, and even the reversal being done by TSM would pay dividends. But unfortunate for them, they are lost with two or down two players. So it's a 1v3 situation. AG
rat.
trying to make it work. It's Sebio has been taken down. Tokyo and Mamra, put your heads together and take Tokyo or take AG down and grab the first point against DSM.
And that was really dangerous right there to overpick that if you're AG. But if there's anybody that can really win it for TSM, that's gotta have to be the rat AG, who got himself 2 kills. But still, credit goes to Scary for being decisive on that round number 1. We talked about it on that last match that they did, where it was always a slow start. They were the ones down 2 rounds, 3 rounds into a search and destroy. But that one really got them that first round. So all eyes onto Scary right now as they look to be a bit more confident in trying to take the gunfight over this first few rounds.
Yeah, let's see though. And again, the slowdown after loss happening for, well, not only for TSM, but also for either side. So even Sebio couldn't find anyone in mid. And if he managed to pick earlier in that mid, that could be like 2 hits that he can pull out. But unfortunately, they still managed to win, but it's in the latter part of that round. And Sebio sees AG. Surprise, surprise, that heady won't work.
Okay, really nasty shot there for the sniper there. Now it's just AG again down. So you already cut down one of the best players for TSM on the SSND. I'm gonna have to worry about Tin, who finds the pick onto Tokyo, slides back, but Chroma with the shot. And Scary again with the numbers game, but Yato able to tag one up. Momra through the sky, he falls. The bird goes down, AG. And the crew is still very much alive here. It's a 2v2 situation. Scary does need to put the bomb down, and they decide to take that attack onto the A side.
Oh no. There goes the concuss and the stun. But no, it has been done. And Yato managed to take down Kramsu. Let's see if Sebio can fight back, but no! The range, the hit, it's still in the side of Yato, and the fusel has been done with plenty of time to spare.
Oh, you can't be serious with that HS. What kind of build does he have to be
Bro,
able
you
to
have
take down?
We
Yeah,
have the
there's
loadout code. We can check it out. Even the viewers can check it out.
That's really unfair for him to be able to hit those shots, because he did that again against Anowin on the coastal.
Oh yeah.
It was just more than a meters away. Either way, Scary continues to really try to surprise us right now by playing for picks instead over the aggression. Now, they did take the first blood, had the opening pick at the A side, just the conversion to just stop the players that were holding down the A side was just really kind of the problem.
Yeah, let's see though if the problem will be fixed, because definitely if the back and forth continues, it would be a long day for both of the teams. But well, they don't want to lose. They don't want to go down that easily. And well, speaking of going down, Yato's already gunned down and leaving only 4 for TSM. 10 a little bit too close for comfort though against Kramzu, but no information relayed. The moment the rest of the team of Scary rushed in or peeks through that alley, Tin might be going down. So let's see though if Kramzu can make or stick this shot. But Tin managed to take down Chroma first before the take back has been done.
And that's a beautiful play coming in for Scary to play those trades, and now you guys still got the numbers advantage. Take away down Tin. No more pressure here, only the sniper to try to survive this. Freezy on the offside security takes down Kramzu, and Josh through the front takes down Sebio. So now it's looking like ESM has got this one in the bag, and it's just Scary respecting this team too much.
Oh yeah, respect. Definitely Josh making that miss. Mamra takes down Freezy. Josh finishing Mamra. And there you have it. A point once again for TSM. And well, still same situation for both of the teams. But that play on final moment, that position in the final moment really was great for TSM. No open area for them to be shot at that easily. And that's how you play S&D.
That's really how you do it. Now Scary decides to change things up. They knew that the attack has to come in fast, and Yato will be trapped there, and he's gonna get taken down by Mummer. So again, another decisive push for Scary. It leads to a fully taken A side bomb site, and the bomb is gonna get planted there as well. And TSM could not respond. Beautiful utilization of the utilities. It's all down to Freezy to clutch this. It takes quite a miracle to try to take this one away. So Scary have this win in the bag.
I love that Scary can pull out a speed run just like that against TSM. And well, I know they couldn't do it like 2 in a row, but seeing a speed run just like that shows the potential of a team. And that's what Scary has to offer right now. And there goes another hit. Chroma shining like chrome at this point, but AG tries to take it back, and the trade has been done. But well, lo and behold, Freezy would be left alone against a 3, and Scary can get another point for themselves.
Another fast attack that leads to then to another bomb plant at the A site. That has been the storyline, but the bomb has been dropped. And now Freezy clutching this one up. That's Tokyo that got taken down, and now it's a 1v1 situation. Freezy got the information. It's a 1v1. He's closing the distance down.
Oh!
He's taking down Kramsu with him. And that's TSM with the clutch. Freezy with another 1v3.
The MVP Freezy, well, the man that can't be moved has moved, and he showed great in those movement. 3-man clutch, or 3 takedown, 3-kill clutch that we've seen from this guy. Now, well, TSM has great motivation right now, and let's see if Scary will be rattled after that movement. It seems like it because they slowed down. They don't want to go for a fast pace. They want to alternate their adjustment or those movement with adjustment of taking it slow and then later on rush it on either side of A and B. And the decision would be on B. Only 2 guarding it, and there goes Freezy, who might be able to turn things around.
Oh, Freezy's gonna get into a contact there, and Krams is going to be quick with it. AG, no response from him. Better than that. Only a 1-for-1 trade, and Scary's gonna get the full B side all to themselves. And Yato's going to be tasked with the impossible here. He's gonna have to pick up something other than that shotgun because there's no range that can help you trying to retake this B side where there's a ton of sniper. You're gonna have to play around with. Then at the long range, just manages to snag down Sebio, and now this has become manageable with only 20 seconds remaining. You just gotta go for the process of elimination. You gotta expect them to be where they are. Power positions, and Yato now has got full control of the position around red, but he falls down 10. Going to be the last player remaining. Not enough time to play around with. He's gonna go quick. Tallying this one, he's gonna get pinched, and Tokyo will be able to get the shot down to put this first half into a tie game.
Yeah, tie game equalized to 3 right now, and it's getting more and more exciting as time goes. And I'm loving the showing coming from both of these teams. Now, the only question is, can anyone do a repeat of what happened, not only from previous game, but also in the one before that? But Josh taking out Chroma, huge determining factor that they can take out and clear out the rush build or rush game that is being brought in by Scary. But fortunately, the trade has happened. Kramzu has no angle to take, and TSM is just biding their time, working with the pressure and anxiety, and Freezy didn't even slide. He just sidestep and shoots.
Yeah, Freezy's just really cold with it. And Scary, yeah, they're gonna have a couple of space played around the B side. And you're going to see some fake utilities be thrown on it. I'm not sure if Scary will be able to take that bite. They're just going to have full contact into this A side right now. Sebio has got what it takes to really try to clutch this, but right now, very off angle to be in, and he's going to get himself caught between Yato and Freezy. But Tokyo with the hold on the headshot glitch, which is not going to help him survive any longer as the player coming through from the winery actually do take him out. So there goes the opening for TSM. They find the way into the A site. Bomb has been planted, and it's all down to Mumra to clutch this.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if Mumra will be able to do so. But unfortunately, Josh has a better angle. Score right now going TSM side 4-3, and a scoreline's getting close between these two teams. But the only question is, can anyone go back-to-back? Because trade-off in terms of score can go for a long run. And I know the longest, correct me if I'm wrong, the longest that we got in a Search and Destroy is 21 or 20 matches. But I want to see this happen between these two teams, but I don't think the slowdown would happen that quite, because Scary, despite of how quick they move, they are being taken down by TSM.
Yeah, they do. And it's only one guy player remaining here. And Scary just dropping down to the first 28 seconds. And now it's clear that the A side is definitely broken right now. And if you want to put on the hurt, if you're TSM, just go where it's really just working. And that's just right through the A side. And I'm not so sure how or what kind of performance are we going to be seeing for Scary this time in the opener. But there's got to be a strong A that they're going to have to provide to stop this push coming through mid.
Seems like that is what they're doing right now. Tokyo misses a lot of shot, but still pay dividends on 1 point. Sebia right now. There goes the finisher. Well, Scary started it off with a speed run. TSM just showed them that they can do it as well in the previous one, but doing back-to-back, that is where Scary failed earlier, and they learned their lesson how to counter it. And this back and forth is just giving us different story. Both teams can adapt. Both teams can use the same strats, and they can get those points. The only question is who can evolve, who can make those slight adjustment to get a one-up against their opponent.
Yeah, that last round ended in just 22 seconds, so that's really quite fast. Not so sure what TSM was doing when they were rushing, when they had no utilities to help them try to counter-attack, which is a dry peak, which ended up with them being massacred. But the good thing about this on the attack this time, get the opening pick on the B side where it's free. After you do get the takedown from Freezy, you gotta follow up from Josh who takes down Tokyo, so Chroma has to maybe make a play. But unfortunately, Do gets caught in the act of trying to take a pick. And that bomb about to be planted, and it's all down to only 2 players here for Scary.
Yeah, Kramzu right now, as well as Sebio. There goes the takedown against Freezy. That hop didn't work. And finally, Sebio managed to go for that shot. Now, he knows Tin is hanging in there. That is his spot. That is his chill zone. But let's see, though, if they can push Tin out and probably use Krams to that advantage. But there you have it. On the other side, the takedown has been done. And AG as well, finishing it off, bringing the team to match point.
Just one round away from taking this one home and putting Scary in the pedestal. And everybody was just working for it. I mean, for TSM, right? First spots are there. And it's just a matter of decision making. The utilities definitely comes in very handy to throw off your opponents, and that's how TSM has managed to really put a lot of hurt for Scary. And moving forward, dangerous position for Scary. You're being asked to play perfect in this next 2 rounds, and you can't afford to lose on the first blood metric. You gotta be the one taking the engagements first and have the numbers advantage on the defense.
Yeah, let's see though if they can get that numbers advantage. And it seems like another slowdown coming from Scary. They don't want to risk anything and give that final point to TSM. But there's a risk as well of not moving around, not even like budging an inch, because time is dying out, and with how B is open, that could be a good rush that TSM will do later on, especially if they get that information. So I guess everyone is already going for the flank. They know and they felt that Alpha is stacked with players from Scary, and for all 5 players heading into Bravo, only Sebio trying to hold the fort, and mid doesn't even have any information and hint that they will be in trouble in a bit.
They've already crossed their line. How did they not spot any of these players at the moment? Josh has not through, and it's beginning of the end here once again for Scary as 2 guys go down. This retake looking to start impossible now with Tim going in for the wall banks. 40 seconds to play around with, and you're asking for a miracle from one of your players. Try to make a player right through the CT connectors, and it's just really looking rough right now. Scary back against the wall. 2 guys fall and Tin with the 4-piece to end this map. 7-4 on our scoreline. That is this game's end. 7-4. That is how dominant Team Star Magic could be when they now move on to the attack.
Oh, bro, I mean, I've heard of Ninja Diffuse, but not a Ninja Rush.
They did walk up behind him, and when he knew he was getting tagged, it was already dead by then.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's just the strats, right? You love to see the adaptation going in for every team, and in a map like Tunisia where you gotta be a bit more creative in how you try to play the attack. You need those kind
Yeah,
of plays where you just don't get spotted by the sniper.
exactly. I mean, there's so many plays, there's so many games that has been played in Tunisia. There's a lot of reference that can be used, and not so much of change that can, I'll say, that can change the pace of the game. But we've seen different perspective or different parts of the spectrum in just this series. We've seen speedruns after speedruns, and it's not just one-sided. We both it seems managed to do it. What the first one was 28, or no, the second one was 28 seconds, and then it was followed by 21 seconds if I'm remembering it right. But even in the slow pace movement, they know that they can pull it off. Even the clutch department highlights are filled with that. Now, this is just a battle of TSM and scary. Well, I should have used the word just. This is a battle of TSM and scary, wherein everything in the book of SND plays might have been pulled out.
Yeah, I think they used up all the juice. And at the end, they just had to improvise because there ain't no way a guy can just walk up right through the B side just like that. It takes a lot of compounding to just make the opponent think that you're not going to pull a ninja cross all the way to top yellow and top red. And that is going to be the case for this one. TSM on the attack, when they moved in on it, were really pretty impressive with their plays. And the first blood really was the game factor there. It was Freezy, but then the cleanup crew, all gotta have to be given to the MVP, which is TSM Yato. And this guy, you always say that this guy is the best hardpoint player that this team ever has right now, but you're actually wrong, right? We've seen him take the MVP in the S&D multiple times now.
And that's what we call evolution. I mean, you will take one mode as a title for a one, and then later on improve and change role and get a different mode. So that's what we want to see as well. It's not always like expected one player would be the best in her hard point and then another player would be the best in search and destroy. Those switch around, those changes that is being done by the team can be their ace in the hole later on, an ace on the sleeve, especially when it really matters, especially on their run to that grand finals. And despite of how much we've seen on search and destroy, I'm pretty sure that there's still a few surprises that TSM has to offer later on if they head in onto that final game, because they're very close 2-0 right now in the series against Kerry.
Looking pretty good, really strong as well. Here is TSM, and takeoff control is going to be the map right up next. And Scary's going to be starting on the defensive side, so that will cut them off some slack here. As we know for sure that almost all of the control maps that we got always favors the blue side, which is going to be on the defense. So Scary cannot really fumble this one up right now, as they're now the ones back against the wall. You lose and you're out of contention for the World Championship run.
Yeah, or best way to say it is you snooze, you lose as well.
Yeah.
This is the time for them to wake up, grab a cup of coffee or even two, and just bring everything, bring in their A game in the matter. So, well, let's see though, as we look at him to head, Mamra right now is on that mix, but it seems like at this point in time, especially after two modes, Mamra will still need a lot of work. Not quite sure what's happening, but against AG on that head-to-head, it is a tough contender. And like given the numbers that they have brought in, it's good thing that they were able to stack that up. But against TSM, especially in what we're seeing and on how they evolve, how they are showing up, it looks like a high wall to climb right now for Scary.
It does, and it's going to be difficult now if you're Scary, because like you're thinking, how do we even try to pull it off, right? We gotta play perfect 3 maps straight in order for us to win, and that's really gonna be overwhelming. But all you gotta do is all about the mentality now. You're here at the moment, you just gotta have to focus on this next map up ahead. You treat every game like it's a best of 1, and that's how you're going to get right back inside this game. Will this be Scary's road to redemption and going in for a reverse comeback? Or will TSM finally put this game to an end in this map number 3? Let's take this one on. Round number 1 takeoff is now live.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, people in chat asking for redemption. This is it. No codes, just redemption overall. The redemption of souls being brought in by Scary at this point with initial frags, but it seems like TSM don't want to slow down as well. 25 to 26 in the lead of TSM, and despite of all the pressure in the beginning, it seems like TSM knows how to go in for the rotation, denying everyone of defending either point. So Bravo's being captured right now. Josh is trying to make his work onto the other side, but even the solo players making a lot of damage, making sure that they will get all those points.
Hey, really interesting weapon of choice that you got there for TSM AG, as he's got himself a PPSH-41. Now, typically a gun that you would want to bring in a competition where it's dominated by the BMPs, the Fenix, as well as the USS-9. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the intention is right now. Maybe to play for a kind of a different base, but I already know for sure TSM going to be down for a little bit. It's just a battle of map control right now that they're trying to deal with, which is now currently being sold by AG as he decides to push off through limits, now taking control of bottom red. Now, a bit of a map control that we're talking about here that TSM might come find the value of, as they now have, you know, a lot more plays to cut off playing through AG.
Ooh, let's see though if AG can continue this on, because we've seen that happen in Search and Destroy earlier, and they managed to switch it up, especially in how close it is. And speaking of close, well, only have 4 seconds remaining, and TSM, despite of every tomfoolery, they're showing up, they're losing out on the time, and it is Scary who grabs the first point. So, well, we'll have to see. They need to change something, and the first thing with that PPSH that they pulled out.
I think TSM had it wrong. I thought that they think that they're starting on the attack side. I mean, on the defensive side, because they were going in for the captures. I don't think they were even aware that there was only 7 seconds left. So that's really a big miss for them, because they were keeping it very close.
Yeah, definitely. It was very close. The time just ran out. Let's see though. TSM right now is still losing a lot of lives, but the good thing is they have the operators to work with, and AG has already taken 2 down with that Tempest. Now, will he be able to push through the front lines and then go for that spawn trap? Because, well, the spawn trap kid is trying to make that work.
It does, and now looking into it right now, it's going to be TSM, again, starting off the back foot. They don't really know how to get things done right at the moment with the way that they're playing this control. So Scary definitely trying to take most advantage of this by playing for the ticks, and again, playing for the captures. Whenever this game has to go down to around number 5, you would know that it's Scary right now will be up and will be playing defense, which is the most favorable side of this map. The damage being done here by Kramzu, just a lot of damage TSM is just taking, and it's just putting them a bit more of desperation to even try to even up the life count.
Yeah, we've seen this before. TSM, like, back and forth. It has happened before, but right now it seems like they're the ones in losing end, especially after missing out on the first one. So only 5 to work with, and A has been captured. Now, Zebio right now went for the dance, and there goes a few of those finishers being done, but still needs to deal with 4 players to equalize the lives. Despite of them having time, they don't have any weapon as well as the manpower to do so.
Yeah, they do. They don't got anything. It's like they're just blindly running into lanes and just dying. So Josh, it's all up to him to really try to make this play. And I don't think he's been spotted yet. And hello there, Kramzu. Get out of here. That's going to be the first one. It's a 1v8 as he's got. And the best thing about this, if you are him, you just gotta have to pull your death machine at the best possible moment to try to win this. But definitely look like it's a bit of an impossible play, because like Scary definitely looking to try to charge up their operator skills.
Yeah, you don't want to risk that. I mean, in spite of you being able to go for the clutch, that will be in the final moment, if in case it's needed. But right now, it's just a chase around. It's just a rundown. He don't want to be caught off guard. And know what Scary's planning right now. No shots being made despite of how close they are. It's that execution that they're going to pull off. But everyone lining up. And, well, finally, Josh has been taken down. 2 points being taken by Scary. The only question, Callie, is will there be a turnaround being done by TSM?
I'm not sure what's happening with TSM right now, and why Josh was just trying to hunt down those 8 players, because he's really was on the defense. He doesn't have to move. He's got a death machine, and Scary, yes, you can say that they're trying to play for the operator charge. But then again, they're the ones running out of time. They only had 30 seconds and they'd be desperate if they want to try to make the pull on the move. So this is definitely a very different kind of way to play Control, but it is what it is. Scary still up by 2 rounds here. And in order for TSM to even force a comeback, they gotta play perfect on this next 3 rounds. And then going to be the one to try to change things up here by pulling in the Spiral that stops the push and the spawn trap to happen as they go back on the attack side.
I mean, multiple eliminations being done by Tin, and he's not being taken down. Well, as soon as say that, Sevio peeks and take him out. But damage has been done already, even the capture also on that Alpha. But they are trying to go for a divide and conquer approach right now. But they are spread a little too thin. But the good enough for TSM is Scary is also dying out of those engagements. So 20 on the 14 on lives. All they have to do is extend the time and they probably can win this fight.
I don't know what's happening, but this is totally a different day for TSM. They're finally doing time around the point, and they aren't going for the kills. So a bit more map control that they're able to provide here. And Scary definitely looking a bit more of the hunter right now in trying to make the spawns actually try to favor them by just trying to filter them all the way towards the stadium, which is going to be a bit of a problem as you're kind of directing the traffic right to the best spot possible for TSM to make the capture work. And again, you can't allow them to even try to get the sticks off, because if they do manage to come back, that is going to be a big problem for you on round number 5.
Let's see though, I mean, that's the end, and that's 1 point being taken by TSM. What thing that they have to do right now is get another one despite of switching side, and they are still in this game. Well, I'm not saying that they're not out of the game if they lose this, but Scary would be a little bit scared if they can tie it up, equalize it up on a 2-2. But Freezy, well, says goodbye to Sevio and Kramzu, and not even moving that far with a war machine.
Okay, I mean, they're going all out. They want to force a round number 5. And right now, what you want is to prevent this Scary roster to even get a tick down, because you're going to be attacking when you go back into the round number 5. So looking into what's happening right now, which is all about the spawn trap, and you can see it happening right now for AG with the PPSH. The shots are just being fired. Gatto is going to be there, and right now it's just looking grim. The way that TSM played the first 2 rounds and the last 2 rounds so far, it's just been a night and day. It's just like they activated some cheats.
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. It's just they know how to play this game. They are showing us a masterclass on how to lose as well as win in Control. Now, 10 right now, getting in for 20 elimination already. But, well, it's very close to what Freezy has done. Now, it's what they are doing right now, despite of being an attack, is going in for the spawn trap. And not so a lot of team can pull that off. Not a lot of team can change the script of Control. 18-5. And it seems like what they offered earlier in the first 2 match was just a giveaway for TSM, because they know that they can do this much work against Scary.
And that's just a really tough way to go out. Scary, you were just 1 round away from winning this, and somehow TSM activated and realized that, hey, we are TSM. Why are we trading back by 2 rounds? And now you're going to have to deal with their operators, and they're going to be on the defensive side once again. So if you're Scary, you want to be able to take much control over towards the top red, which is going to be on your top control on the map. So that you're going to be able to maybe filter out TSM in terms of the control and the spawns.
I mean, stuff though, Kramzu, it's a good thing that he managed to pull out a death machine, but Josh also doing the same. But as you can look at the minimap right now, they're trying to do the same thing that they did earlier. A spawn trap being triggered would be deadly for TSM and scary for Scary. And it's just a rewind and a replay from what we've seen earlier. 23-15. As quickly as this, it seems like TSM has this in the bag.
Oh man, 14-23, just like that, because of 3 operators pulled. And Scary, I don't think they got any operators to help them try to break this through. And TSM, you know, after going down 2 rounds on this Control, have gone back and won the last 3, assuming that they're going to win this through the massacre that they have provided in this matchup right here. Only 20 seconds remaining for Scary to take an attack on the A side, but they only got 4 lives remaining. Another team just about to go down and eliminated here in stage 4. TSM looking to be the dark horse that nobody from the top teams even want to mess around with. This is it. This is the full form TSM has been able to provide at the lower bracket. They have won up against Ace Gamers, and they will continue to do so in winning up against Scary. One player remaining. It's all down to Sebio, and the live count and the journey of Scary come to an end as TSM completes the sweep in this matchup. Here we have it. Your first lower bracket finalist, Team Star Magic.
Well, it seems like TSM was having fun at that point. The comeback that they did was pristine. And again, I told you, it's masterclass. It's masterclass for TSM, showing us on how you can go 3 rounds in a row in control in spite of winning it out. Not quite sure though, the first game, you did make a comment that they might have been confused, but I think that's part of the script that what TSM is playing with.
I think that was a practice drill that they wanted to apply on the takeoff, because there's no way that they suddenly remembered how to play all 3 lanes on a takeoff map after just running loose around the map for the first 2. It's like that really was 0 to 100 real quick, and really impressive that they can do that right away. And we're moving into the highlights, and everybody just really knew how to play it, right? I mean, you had a bit of a struggle for Yato, but Josh as well as Freezy definitely made sure to step things up around this map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just that they understand the name of the game. I'm not saying that Scary doesn't understand it, but they understand it even more. And we keep pointing out that AG is this guy that can do wonders in terms of control. That Spawn Trap kid, I would say, has done wonders and even triggered the full squad to do so. And we've seen it like back to back in the final 2 rounds in this game. Whether you're attack or defense, they can pull it off, and that is a huge threat for the other teams, for those waiting in the next level of this Garena qualifiers. But before we head anywhere else, let's welcome our MVP Josh from Team Star Magic. 30 bomb, 30 elimination, and 3,821 in the scores.
And nobody can really top this team off right now. I feel like, you know, TSM is giving me the Blacklist International Ultimate vibes back in 2021. Back when they were in Ultimate E-Pro. That was the name of this org, and then they somehow managed to get into the 2021 Eastern Finals and rebranded to Blacklist International Ultimate. And suddenly, they started really hitting it. And somehow, for some reason, Yato was part of that team. Din was part of that team. And definitely, Team Star Magic has definitely got what it takes to put in a lot of damage into the lower bracket finals, as they will be advancing after this 3-0 win that they took up against Scary, winning the hardpoint 250 to 205. Tunisia 7-4, take off control at 3-2. I mean, you could say that this was pretty close, but that's the level of what Scary can really do as well in the response. They're really adept into playing it. It's just that TSM had a bit more firepower on them. The missing case of Mamra continues to live on. That Stom's hardpoint and the take of control really was such a bad loss coming up on Scary's side.
Yeah, I mean, for those looking in surface level, this looks like a close game. But we've seen for a fact, especially in control, that I don't know if it's intentional, because other teams just look at the result. Not the process of how they got into that. But especially if they look and take off control and see what TSM has done on the final 3 rounds, they would know that it could have been intentional for TSM. Bringing this to this number 3 and 2, showing that if you bring us a takeoff, they might have 50-50 chance of winning or losing. But well, lo and behold, they have a lot of tricks on their sleeves right now. And this goes back not only because you're going to history, but it goes back to majority of the players from different teams of the past, wherein they want to go for the long road and then go for a comeback. And I guess the story can still live on.
It does. The story lives on for the side of Team Star of Magic this time, as they will be waiting now in the lower bracket final to whoever drops from the upper bracket final, where Stalwart Esports and Elevate will be playing in. if I am one of those two teams, I don't want to be facing TSM right now because I mean, you can feel the pressure because this team just really did great up against Stalwart on the upper bracket semifinals, and then they just
Mm,
really stole the show here in the lower bracket quarterfinals and to the lower bracket semifinals, winning 2 series up against Ace Gamer Esports and up against Scary. And I know for sure Team Star Magic has got what it takes. And if you go back into Garena Summer Invitational
mm,
2025, they definitely placed third, higher than Stalwart Esports. This was the team that made Stalwart Esports realize that, hey, we gotta change a couple of players in our team to be able to be the best on our region, right? So TSM has really got what it takes right now, and
yeah.
you gotta be ready for you gotta be ready for them if ever you do drop down below.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, here's one thing that I can promise, especially not only for the viewers but also the casters. Tomorrow would be an MSP recap, an
Oh,
MSP replay,
yes!
because
Oh my
we,
God!
we have 3 teams from MSP going in for that grand finals right now. A preview of who might be our MVP. It looks like it is Freezy, but it might change later on. There you have the player of the match, or I would say the series. Freezy 90 on the total elimination and 11,690 on the damage. This guy, I keep saying that he's the man that can be moved because of this name, but he's not freezing up. He's not frozen at all. He
Yeah,
is just that hot and warmed up guy that can bring the battle up front and personal against the team.
hot as a fireball. I do want this guy on
Hmm.
my team because he can bring it, right? He's young, he's got a lot to prove,
Yeah.
and as you said, this is definitely a remake of what happened in Green Masters 9, where you got Elevate and Stalwart on the upper bracket final, then you had TRT at the lower bracket final. So will history repeat itself, or will we see an underdog come up on top and be a world representative? That will be the story, as we had over 100 teams starting on stage 1 from all across Southeast Asia. We now have cut it down to only 3 teams remaining. The best of the best has now been filtered up, and only 2 teams will be able to make their return in the World Championship spot. And going
Yeah.
in to Katowice, Poland, on November 7th to 9th, represent your region is going to be the best part about this, because you are fighting for the pride of your region itself. Let's take a look at what went down in our bracket so far. We got Stalwart Esports and Elevate Puck playing tomorrow as our first game in the upper bracket finals. And looking into this, the loser will have to play Team Star Magic.
Yeah, definitely am. But one thing's for sure, whoever steps in onto that grand finals has secured their spot into World Championship finals. So once you're there already, especially for those who are winning the fight in the upper bracket, there's I mean there's no repercussion if in case you lose out in grand finals. You've already taken that spot. You've already booked your ticket to the world stage. But where it would be more crucial would be in the lower bracket. So we would love to see who's going in there. But we would love to see all the matches because these are top dogs. Even a lot of fans, and even you, Callie, you
Yeah.
mentioned that we might be expecting, or we could have been expecting Stalwart Esports and Elevate Puck fighting for today, but well, unfortunately they didn't, and they will be playing for tomorrow, Callie.
We're going to be saving the best for the last.
Mm,
And that's the best thing about this, right? Call of Duty Mobile at its finest. You got Garena Stage 4 happening today. Right now and later on, you got a couple of more Stage 4 action in the other regions that you'll be seeing in the World Championship as well. So
oh yeah.
I'm really excited how this is going to go down, because we're nearing the world representatives for every region, and it only takes about a few months, and we'll get to see if we will get to see whether we're going to be having an iconic world championship, or will it even surpass like what our region was able to do last year.
Mhm. Exactly. I mean, that is a record. That is a standard that has been brought in by our current champions, I would say. But Well, that is for today. Callie, thank you very much. It has been a pleasure, as well as Warden and Pika, casting with all of you. But I'm going to end my run. But Callie and Warden will be back tomorrow. And when they return, it will be the playoffs, the grand finals that will be happening, and who will be heading into the World Championship. Once again, goodbye and good night. I am Neptune. This is Callie. See you again next time.